Good morning, and apologies for the delay in getting started this morning. We have had a technical difficulty with an incorrect link on the agenda as posted. We're in the process of correcting that. We do have two alternative means for the public to participate today. You may come into the building, and we have open seats. We're also live streaming, and anybody who's watching this is probably watching it that way. But we were not anticipating anybody participating by Zoom. It was just a courtesy to provide that, and we are providing other means of public access. And I will ask the Vice Chair to call the roll.
This meeting is being recorded.
Good morning. Jody?
Here.
Jerry?
Here.
Dom?
Yeah.
Myself, Matt, and Norma Scoggin.
I'm here, and we're expecting Heidi Churchill to appear later. She is volunteering with Meals on Wheels, which is a very important function. And I will call this meeting to order. And we will begin our fiscal 25 all-day budget workshop. And we have up our very first, thank you for coming here, we have our first appearance by, I don't know your last name.
Herrera.
Nina Herrera.
Yes.
Of the accounting department, to going slightly out of order from our schedule due to another appointment that she has, but welcome, Nina, and we are ready for your presentation on the accounting office budget.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Ninoska Herrera. You can call me Nina. I am the assistant town accountant here at the town of Wareham, and I've been in my position now for about 4 years. Prior to that, I started as the principal department assistant. Unfortunately, our town accountant had a scheduling conflict today, so she couldn't come in, but she sent me to have some fun with you guys today. So I'm going to start off with our personnel budget. We, as I mentioned before, our department is made up of 4 people: the town accountant, the assistant town accountant, the principal department assistant, and the student intern. And a part of our personnel budget, we also budget for longevity for the town accountant. For our expenses, we are pretty level funded. 10,500 of which is solely fixed for our audit. This is a yearly thing that we do. This leaves about 3,500 to spend on the GASB 75 valuation of the town's post-employment benefits. Also, the expense budget includes our annual accounting school under dues and memberships, and any department supplies that we might need. That's a pretty good summary of everything we spend money on in accounting.
Does anyone have questions for Nina?
I have one question over, I don't have the thing, is this budget the same as last year?
Pretty much with a little change in the salaries due to budget increases.
Step increases.
Step increases.
Okay, thank you.
Just one quick question, the part-time student, is that a grant or is that coming out of the general budget?
It's coming out of our budget.
Okay, that's fine, just,
And I have a question which you may not be able to answer if you've only been there for 4 years, but I'm happy to hear from Judy later in answer to this question. Do you know how the staffing of that office compares to past years?
Right about now, we have a nice full office. We could always use more helping hands. In the past, we were, it was only 3 of us. With a majority of the time for the last year or so, we were down to 2 people.
Thank you.
Just one question. What's the name of your software application for your accounting?
For our financial,
Yeah,
we use Vadar.
Vader?
Yes.
And how old is that, or is that, I mean, do most of the towns in Massachusetts use that system?
I'm not sure about other towns. It is fairly an older system. It does a good job here in Wareham.
Yeah. Okay.
I remember when the It was quite a while ago.
Yes, it was prior to, I believe Judy Lozon coming.
And one of the programs a lot of towns use is Munis. It's not cheap to put in. When they implemented it in the other town I worked in, the finance committee, they implemented, but I can tell you this year, the license fee for Munis alone is about $110,000. It does a lot of things, don't get me wrong, and I like using it, but it's expensive to put in and it's expensive to maintain.
If no one has anything else, we can let Nina move on to the rest of her day.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank
Everybody
you.
have a wonderful afternoon.
You too.
And I believe next we have EMS. Good morning.
Morning.
And if you would, just introduce yourselves and your positions with E EMS.
All right, I'm David Evans. I'm the retired EMS director, but I did the budget. Brad is gonna be the new EMS director. He's starting Monday. So I think Derek wanted me to come in and help with the presentation. So I'll be presenting it, and Brad will be hearing it just like you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I was gonna say what I saw here, I said, geez, I gotta be tired.
Yeah, they held me on a
They
little
won't
bit.
let you go, huh?
No,
It's taken a little bit to get me in there, so
That's okay.
these
all the secrets that David holds is good.
No, no, Mr. Chair.
do you need some extra copies?
Yeah,
Members
if
of
you-
that.
I do need extra copies for, this one right here. Two copies.
Two more copies?
Thank you.
Brad, I'm behind you to make you uncomfortable, okay? As long as you don't hit the water heater or the water cooler, I'll be okay. No surprise noises. Thank you.
Do you wanna sit here and I'll move over?
What's that?
Do you wanna sit here and I'll move over?
No, go ahead. No, I'll block the link.
I would sit with my back to him, just my opinion.
During one of my interviews, he got up and assaulted the water cooler, which made me jump a little bit, so I always wonder what he's doing back there.
Well, the first time you whack it, it stopped it for a little bit, then I unplugged it thereafter, so.
All right, when you're ready.
Okay, in the handout, I gave you, the first couple of pages is the line items in the EMS budget. Just a brief breakdown of what they cover. And then there should be the actual department expense, the budget. The only thing that's really gone up is the salaries. That's because of contractual increases. I think this is the last year of the contract and they start negotiating in next year. Just- Some of the other things, it's pretty much level funded. The only things that changed was in other purchase services. Some of the charges we have gone up, same thing with licenses and fees. And that covers like software licenses and stuff. Building and equipment supplies went up a little bit. And pretty much it's just some small increases and it's the same as last year. One of the things that we did for the salary was they're restructuring. They had 4 lieutenants, now they're making an EMS captain, and that'll be working days. So we pulled them out of the rotation for shifts, and it's gonna be working more of a weekday schedule. And the union in the last negotiations allowed to fill that position with part-time staff. So we had to increase a little bit to cover that open hole in the shift schedule.
Any questions?
This is kind of more for Mr. Sullivan. I mean, the first line on here is electricity, and I'm sure this is in a lot of other budgets. And is there enough in everybody's budget to, I mean, electric bills have gone up. I mean, I was gone 3 weeks and my electric bill just went up.
Yeah, the energy I think people know, but don't know, the energy aggregation program that we're a part of, the period ended and we moved into a next one. That first one that we had was outstanding. It was about half the price of what you were getting from Eversource. But this next one is still cheaper than Eversource. So that's why a lot of people are seeing their big spike. Eversource distribution also went up, so your actual usage, while it may have gone down, your costs are gonna skyrocket. So most of these were actually not part of the energy aggregation, so we're trying to keep them within line. We did boost up a few last year, and like municipal maintenance and such, but we think we're in line with them, with what we've seen. So, now, do I maybe this time next year, we might, but they've set their rates, so we've got the regular Eversource rates, and then we've got the, I think it's through Good Energy, our energy aggregation rates as well.
And
So the kind of the answer is that it's pretty stable as far as the town is concerned.
Yeah, so it's an increase, we've been feeling it, and last year we really made some changes for it, so.
and we did this budget in November, so with their increases, it might not be reflected, but hopefully we have enough in there. If not, we'll just start the generator.
I'm kind of looking at finishing out this year too. I mean, you just can't anticipate what's gonna always be down the road. Thank you.
All right, then the next page is just a salary breakdown of the positions that we have. We are, got the director and 16 full-time paramedic positions, and then we have some call staff that supplements when people are on vacation, days off and stuff like that.
Questions?
Yes, no. Is your overtime due to understaffing, or is that
No,
Yes.
that's
just a
all,
normal?
that's calculated if we are fully staffed. That covers some school, vacation, sick days, holidays, personal days.
Okay, like,
On, for the staffing, how many paramedics do you have on every day?
We have-
7 days a week, you
We
have
have-
5 this day, 4 this.
We have 4 full-time people working. We have 2 trucks, there's 2 people per truck, and that's round the clock.
About 24.
And then-
4 people, 24/7.
And then the director works a weekday schedule.
Okay. Another question on your billing service. Who is it that determines the bad debts? Is it the billing service that would tell you that after a
Yeah,
certain amount of
we get
time?
reports, and there's some people that, even though you're required to have health insurance and by state law,
Yeah,
there are a lot of people that don't have health insurance.
really.
I mean, we have a lot of homeless population that uses our service quite often, and
Yeah.
that's,
So when you go out and you see a patient, I guess, when is it you're collecting the insurance information? Is it at the point of,
at the hospital.
at the hospital, when you,
And we can only bill if we transport.
okay,
So if we go see someone that has fallen, they don't have any injuries, they just need help being picked up,
yeah,
we can't bill for that.
even though it may be half hour, or whatever, yeah. Well, and when you deliver to the hospital, bring to the, how long is the average stay? How long do you have to wait? Or can you just drop them off in the ER, or do you have to wait with them, or how does that?
Well, depending on what the situation is at the hospital, sometimes the last year or so, the beds are full, so we're standing there waiting for a bed so we can transfer our patient from our stretcher to the hospital.
Into their ER
Right,
suite?
and it could be up to like half an hour that we're waiting.
Yeah, some days it's 10 to 45 minutes,
Wow.
depending on what they're.
And so you're just
But,
waiting there with
but
the,
most days it's, you go in and you transfer them over, depending how what the census is a year.
So you must have seen an improvement though with the new ERs, new rooms.
No, same staff.
They opened up
Same
more beds,
staff?
but they only had X amount of nurses, so we were only able to fill so many beds. Cause if there's a bed in the back hall, just cause there's a bed sitting there, doesn't mean that bed's staffed, so we couldn't just, put a patient there. So yes, in idea, the building's bigger, there's more beds, but
Yeah.
they were only utilizing a certain portion of them, so it's been a
Because
balance.
you need a nurse to patient ratio and they can't really go over that.
So that was a pretty decent plan, expanding the rooms without,
Yeah, maybe for future.
yeah.
Yeah, they'd give us the whole ER, and they said, well, we can only use half of it today, so, yeah, it's been a struggle.
Yeah, so I think what we're not considering is, with COVID, after COVID, the nursing and staffing has been dramatically hard to get, and I think that's across the board in every organization, so I don't think, yeah, you're right, I don't think they planned for the pandemic when they, when they went through this. There's a new reality for staffing in every organization, I know we're feeling it, so, they would probably love to have that staffed more because that helps them out as well. But we know that, it's difficult, so it's, I don't think it was a planned difference.
I'm looking at your staffing pretty much maintained itself for the last 4 years. I have 17 for the last 4 years.
Yeah.
And I don't want an exact number of your calls going up significantly, a little
Where
bit.
they go over about 200 calls per year in that range.
You go up about 200 a year?
Yeah. There was one year we went down, that was probably a COVID year. People wouldn't call to go.
Yeah.
But we've got between 150, 200 calls per year increase.
Over how much time?
For
Yeah.
the full.
I mean, but how long has that been the trend?
Probably at least 10 years.
So if you don't know, one of the things Dave was instrumental in was we ran one ambulance per shift for I would guess forever, I would say
Yeah.
essentially. And Dave worked to put in a plan so that we could be running 2 ambulances per shift. It's a lot better service for the community. It is more costly, so your cost to revenue starts tightening up a little bit on there. So when you talk about bringing the 3rd ambulance on, let's say you start moving into the negative territory where you would have to start thinking about how much are you gonna put in of the tax dollars to fund the service.
I mean, there are some days we could use 5 ambulances because we're calling each load, but we run with 2 ambulances. We have a 3rd ambulance that we use for if the primary ambulance is maintenance or breakdown and stuff like that. And if we have staffing, we can run it out on a 3rd call if there's somebody in the station that can take that call. So on the last 2 pages, EMS is an offset receipt department. What that means is we operate on our collected revenue. We don't take tax dollars. So we have to make enough money to afford our operation. And then anything short, the town has to make up the difference. And anything that we make in excess of our budget, that goes back in the town as free cash, and then it gets appropriated the next year.
And do you know to what extent it has gone over the last few years?
I think there was only 1 year that we were a little bit under, but most years we're turning in probably around 200,000
Yeah,
excess.
200,000-300,000. It helps cover the benefits package, things like that, but it's also, that's what funds our free cash. That's why a lot of times you'll see us putting the ambulance now, if the budget's been tightening up, you're moving the ambulance from their budget and paying for it out of free cash because they are turning back funds. It's just a cycle, if you will.
Kind of a savings plan.
Yeah, so when it tightened up during the COVID years, that's why we pulled the lease out of their budget. And then we had a really nice return on the 1 year, so, one thing with the Department of Revenue, with the Division of Local Services, if you budget higher than your actual revenue from the previous cycle, you have to get permission to do that and go through. So it's a lot easier to reduce the actual budget but with a capital item such as that, and then use free cash to offset it. And that way you're not, you're making sure that your revenues are covering your budget.
But we just gotta clarify that. It's easier for him, not for us.
Gotcha.
You use a third-party billing system?
Yes.
And they get a percentage of what we collect.
Correct. Do they need to, is there a need for them to do a third-party collection agency?
We have that option, we don't usually do that, because we're a town service and we,
Yep, no, I understand, I knew the answer, but I just, if anybody's watching, I think people need to understand that.
yeah, we send out 5 bills, and then hopefully they'll pay it. And a lot of times, people don't pay the bills because their insurance information is wrong. That's why we strive to make sure that we're getting the right information, but sometimes, oh, I have Blue Cross, oh no, I forgot, I changed to have a program, so we don't have the right information. And they work well with the hospital, so whatever the hospital collects for information a little bit down the road, they can tap into that and get the right information.
Don?
Has the non-payment, been increasing or decreasing in the last couple of years? And how much of the percentage on what you collect is against what you don't? Any idea, a rough guess?
Our collection rate is right around the 90% mark, so
Oh,
we do
good.
pretty good.
Okay, yeah.
But some of it, you bill a certain amount, you have Medicare, Mass Health, or some of those other managed cares, say you bill 1,000, they'll knock it down.
They pay what they
That's
feel is
wor-
right,
That's
yeah.
worth 500, and we're gonna pay 300, and the patient's got a copay. And I'm just rounding numbers, just,
Any idea of, around you said 90%, okay, never mind.
yeah, and right now, this year, we're projected, our budget is 1.8 something, and our projected revenue is 1.9 plus.
So everything's
Thank you.
on track.
Yeah.
Anything else? All right, thank you for the service you provide to the town.
all right,
and
thank
for
you.
Good
our-
luck on
Great
retirement.
job.
Good luck on your retirement, sir.
Yes,
Thanks.
Enjoy it.
Starting Monday.
There you go.
Thanks.
all
You've
right.
been here forever. Long time.
We don't have anyone to come before us right now.
I haven't checked my, I can't click on it.
Okay.
I can look and see if it changed. Well, I can look and see if it changed.
Yeah,
Is it
that's a couple
updated?
donuts, yeah. Looks pretty good. How about you? You all right?
For anyone watching, we're slightly ahead of schedule, and so the next people are not here yet, but will be soon, I hope.
So there is an updated,
If I happen to bail, I'll let you know by the end of the day.
updated as of today.
Ken's walking down the hall. I believe they strolled to room 320 out of habit across the way.
Because that's usually what we,
Yeah.
That's what we
the
do.
last couple of years is what we've done.
Well, we just temporarily lost Jody, but I'm sure he'll be back soon.
Hey! Took a walk. Hey, how's it going? Good. They're trying to walk off the nerves.
Exactly, we needed the exercise.
All right, if we can just wait 1 minute for someone to return from down the hall.
Start passing those out. Ken.
Yes.
I got one. All right, good. Thanks, Jim.
We wanted there too.
Thanks, sir. Of course.
I guess I'll just give you them to
Just
pass
stack-
down.
Just hand me the
Absolutely.
stack and we can separate them ourselves.
Well, whatever is
We
left
get-
over.
Yeah, I need to get a couple extras.
I didn't want anyone, getting a paper cut or anything.
Well, if you have anybody that's not here, you can.
I've got
Derek wants to collect
extras
them.
for them.
Oh,
Yeah,
Great.
put them right in there, yeah, that way we have extra clean copies in case we need them.
All right, welcome, and if you would both please give us your names and positions for anyone who might be watching and for ourselves.
Sure, I'm Joshua Faraday, Conservation Administrator.
I'm Ken Buckland, Department Director of Planning and Community Development.
Well, welcome, thank you, and we are ready for your presentation.
Thank you very much, and this may be my last presentation to the Finance Committee.
Not because I'm terminating him, he is
We-
retiring.
we- And,
I saw that in the
yes,
paper.
we will miss you.
I like how he said maybe, too.
The planning office does a lot of different things. I wanted to highlight a couple of areas of importance. The grants, the regulations, the permits, economic development, and planning. In terms of grants, we've obtained and administered a variety of grants totaling over $900,000 in 6 separate grants, all from different state agencies. In terms of regulations, I know you get bogged down by zoning bylaws at town meeting, but they're important, and we have a working group at the planning board that is busy reviving the zoning bylaw study committee and making changes to the zoning to clarify, reorganize, and simplify the regulations. We also have a permit function that most people get connected to when they come in for a building permit. All sorts of permits that we have to issue before a building permit is issued. There's subdivisions, site plan reviews, conservation permits, special permits, among the others. We processed about 125 permits last year and took in over 40,000 in permit fees. But some of these fees are on a sliding scale, so we try not to overburden the homeowners who are making small changes in their properties. We also have a marketing and business development function to attract and retain and build local business with the goals of job creation, tax base enhancement, and construction and redevelopment. I think we have to do a better job on the marketing though, because what we were told was that we missed some grants this last year because we didn't market the town well enough as a place where we had opportunities that the grants could make those improvements. We also have a planning function, as our name implies, that could result in significant capital investment using grant funds from federal and state agencies to improve the quality of life in town. And in addition, it's about time for master plan review, and we'll consider whether an update is warranted. The budget is level funded, except for a slight increase in some of the functions that we need. We have taken on scribes to give us better minutes for the meetings and meet our obligations for state law. Any questions?
Are you fully staffed at this point?
No, we're not. We're missing an assistant planner, but we're considering rearranging the department to better accommodate what we need to do in terms of permit functions and planning and economic development. And so that may change, but we still need additional staff.
What's the number of staff you're looking for? I mean, I had you down for 5 people last year, is that?
5 is what we need, yeah.
5 is what you need, that's what you're shooting for this year. Are any of the positions grant funded?
No, they're not.
Out of the five, when you add the five, so you've got, right now, you've got, you're probably thinking of the CDBG grant, is what you're thinking of. The CDBG has a position that's paid as a bookkeeper that technically falls under them, but you're not, it's not budgeted from them, and it doesn't assist the department in anything, it's purely
Yeah, I
for
wasn't- yeah, I
CDBG
wasn't-
grants.
I wasn't looking at that, I mean,
Okay.
I knew that, but
Yeah.
that's, I'm just trying to keep my little records here, and hope I got it right, congratulations on being a new father.
Thank you very much.
New father for how many times?
How many times have people congratulated me?
No,
now?
no, how many kids now?
100. I have 2 kids. now.
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
and I'll tell you, that's much more than 1 + 1.
No, it's 100% busy plus 120% busy.
So Josh, would you mind just talking about conservation as well? What's because with our coastline and you know, maybe just give an idea to the finance committee.
Sure. So, in terms of our coastline, it's debated that we have like 54 miles of coastline. I think it might be a little more, depending on how you define the coast. But it's the largest amount in the state. We're probably about the 10th busiest conservation department in the state, just looking at permits alone. The Massachusetts is looking at rolling out new regulations for the Wetlands Protection Act that will include flood zone. So it's your velocity zones, your AE flood zones, and they're looking at creating performance standards for those. So the amount of permitting that the Conservation Department will see is probably going to increase, and they're looking to roll out those this summer, depending on if they can get everything passed. Currently, we're working on a bylaw rewrite. We're looking to create our own set of performance standards that probably closely mimic what the state is looking to roll out. And we're also looking at a few other things like increasing the jurisdiction from 100 feet to 150 feet. So the permitting may increase a little bit there, but shouldn't be an overburden to many homeowners in the town. Derek, what?
Josh, what's the 100 to 150, what's the 100 in it?
So currently the Wetlands Protection Act has a 100-foot buffer zone on any wetland resources. Those are your coastal banks, salt marshes, bordering vegetated wetlands. They have a 200-foot buffer zone on rivers and streams. So what the commission looks at is anything within that 100-foot buffer zone needs some type of permitting from the Concom. Right now, our bylaw has a 30-foot no activity zone from the 0 to 30 feet, and then basically from that 30 to 100 or 200 feet, depending on where you are, just needs some type of permitting. The Conservation Commission, I wouldn't say they're lenient, but they're very fair in what kind of projects they allow within that buffer zone. And there's only a set amount of reasons why you can deny a project anyway. And most of the engineers who come with projects understand those limitations. So I would say if for example, if we have 50 permits that come in front of us in a year, the Concom may only deny 5 or 6. Usually the denials are based off of our bylaw, not the Wetlands Protection Act. And I think there's only been maybe 2 that have been overturned in court since I've been here. And those were denied before my arrival. But
So you're just thinking of extending it, what would be the reason for extending it, the extra?
so a lot of towns realize that 100 feet, while it is important to the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission, it's really not enough. The 150 feet, when you're looking at the expansion of houses and construction, would really encapsulate enough to really protect the resource area in terms of installing dry wells for the capturing of roof runoff, the construction of driveways that tend to just dump nutrients or sediment into a wetland. And then as far as our coastal resources, the 150 feet is probably going to get encapsulated in the flood zone regulations that are coming out anyway. So really, we wouldn't even be looking at the 150 feet for a lot of our coastal. It would all be encapsulated within that new jurisdictional resource area.
We have MS4 regulations in place as well too that may cover that 150 plus more. It would cover all the land in the coastal area for the town. It would be have to meet the EPA standards and the state standards for stormwater runoff, and so it may be overlapping, and we may not need the 150 if we look at what the MS4 stormwater regulations call for.
Municipal separate storm sewer system.
That's right.
Yeah, I cannot, unless I pull it up, I will not be able to say it, so.
Nope.
And that's stormwater runoff, that's not sewer from a bathroom or something.
I have a question.
Tom?
What regulation changes are they gonna make to the flood zones? You had mentioned that there's gonna be some changes to that, and also, is it the town or the state that's, no more permits or building for the velocity zones?
That's state regulation. That's
State.
what they're rolling on now. And what they're saying is anyone located within the velocity zone, which has a wave action of 3 feet or greater, if it's an undeveloped property, there'll be no construction. If it's a developed and they're looking to redevelop, they'll have to meet the flood zone standards, which are held under the building department. And I think it basically says you can't have breakaway walls. Anything has to be flow through in these houses that get elevated.
In the flood zones?
The flood zones are just creating a performance standard, so they're probably gonna look at water retention. I don't believe when you get into the AE flood zones, there's any type of building restriction, other than what already currently exists in the
Correct,
building code.
correct.
Our problem is the new FEMA flood maps rolling out are really changing the landscape of what was a velocity zone, what isn't, and substantially, you'll think things like all of Swifts, all of Parkwood, and a couple
Pinehurst.
of Pinehurst. They
They're all in
will
the flood zone.
Yeah,
all in the,
Huge,
no,
yeah,
not
it's
just
huge.
flood zone, velocity zone.
Velocity zone.
right.
Yeah.
Velocity zone is the big one.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of Wareham. I mean, most of our coastal
So
areas
even
are in the flood zone.
So even if you had bought a piece of property and were told you could build there with this new velocity, just throws that right out the door, right? There's no exceptions? We're already permitted?
To be honest with you, I don't know what the regulations say as of right now. They're still in the comment period in front of the state. So I can't get into the technicalities of those. I just don't know.
That's okay.
But
The suggestion would be to get going.
Yeah, right.
yeah. If you already have a permit to build there, I don't think they're gonna deny current projects, so. But like I said, they are looking at rolling this out in the summer, but that's not a definite.
Thank you.
So you can see the impacts that will have to, it can be to pricing of the properties, right? Because especially given the insurances that come along with those, so you could see, you might see a change with waterfront property on the valuations. They've really spiked, as we know, but.
Well, there was, a bunch of lots already sold, and if you pay decent money for them, if you can't build it, they're pretty much worthless now.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
Do you have a sense of how that impacts anything on Main Street?
It doesn't affect anything on Main Street because there's no V zone on the Main Street right now.
Yeah, just think the more you get up into these, the rivers and stuff, the velocity zone is less likely to occur just because of how wave action is created.
Gotcha.
So that's sort of the key, is the wave action. While we know there's flooding, we've seen flooding, physically seen it. It's the wave action. And I can tell you on the last storms over in Swifts, being down there for seeing the wave actions, that was,
Huge.
yeah.
It's
And
huge.
I got caught by a few of them walking. I was about 20 feet away, and 3 of them in a row just sprayed me, and I was sopping wet. It was unbelievable. Yeah, it was a rough, cold day the rest of the day.
Not good in December, right? Okay. Any other questions about the budget?
So again, what you're seeing here is depending on how the outcome of a little bit of a mini reorganization, not a reorg that requires the town meeting action, but within the department itself,
could change that pretty dramatically. You know, so it's, we're also trying to spread out some of the duties, and, I mean, if you look at Ken, he's 25, and this is, you know, putting all the work we do.
It's been a rough 5 years.
Yeah.
I want to thank you for all the work you've done. You're leaping out of here on the 29th,
That's
I
right.
see. You got like about $1 million worth of grants this year. At the time you were here, do you have an estimate of the amount of grants that you've been able to get for the town?
No, I don't know. I'll add it up for you though, so you know the number.
I mean, it's got to be pretty significant.
Yeah, there's quite a few grants that we pulled in.
Yeah.
The state has been pretty good to us actually for the most part, and giving us grants that to help us along with different projects and studies. But I was surprised when I found out that we hadn't been marketing the town well enough to get some of the other grants that are available to us as well too.
So you weren't 100%, you were only 99 for us?
That was an interesting comment, and when we tried to figure out why didn't we get it, and if he didn't really market it well, we're like, what does that mean? So-
Yeah.
Well, and one question I have is, would it be smart to be thinking about a sort of a designated grant writer for the town? Either focused in this area or more broadly?
The grant writing isn't the work necessarily, it's the grant management.
Right, so
And
what,
that's the
maybe
key
that's
aspect.
the question, should we
Yeah.
have a grant manager? Would that make it possible for us to take on more grants potentially?
You absolutely, we should. Yeah.
And it would pay for itself, I would think.
Yes and no, because it's, you know, some of the grants you technically can cover with, 10% of the, call it the administrative expenses and such. However, you have to budget that. You can't budget grants, so it's,
Right.
so that's just kind of, I do think that in the long run, I'm seeing in more and more of the communities that but it's grant writer / manager. And I think especially when you're coming through the MCPPO classes, that's what they're hyper focusing on, is the management of contracts and grants. So,
Thank you. All right.
Yeah, well, the reimbursable grants, and they require you to do reporting, keep it up.
I know, can you imagine that, they give you money and they want follow-up on it?
That's not how things work. All right, thank you very much. If there are no other questions, we will let these gentlemen get back to work.
Thank you very much, enjoy your retirement.
Thank you very much.
And the grandkids.
Good luck, Ken.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
All right, and I believe next we have municipal maintenance.
Morning.
Good morning. And if you would please, I know you're passing out some information, but also introduce yourself.
Yep, will do.
All right, I want to hear the common theme this morning with him too. Retire.
Retire, yeah.
Hardest working man in baseball.
He manages to keep everything afloat. It's incredible.
We don't want things floating, that means flooding.
True.
I guess while that's warming up, we can start. I'm David Menard, I'm the municipal maintenance director. Been with the town roughly 28 years. I gave you all a packet. If you start with the first one, it gives you a tree of what our department is for labor. We roughly have, take care of 200 miles of road, 50 about with gravel. We got sidewalks, parks, playgrounds, fields, beaches, parking lots, and properties. You know, whatever town properties are out there, they got trees on them, something like that, we'll have to maintain. 3 town cemeteries, 30+ acres, currently working on Agawam expansion, which should be completed this fiscal '25. All town buildings, grounds, town vehicles, equipment. We also maintain at our facility the school transportation, the fleet of their buses. We take care of all that. We have a transfer station that deals with the household trash and recycling. That's 5-day-a-week operation. Twice a month we do leaves, brush, and metal. Once a year, hazmat day and a shred day we do for the transfer station. Also, we administration curbside trash and recycling. We keep track of the tonnage, revenue, and expenses on that. We have street lighting, roughly around 67 total lights. And the last is snow and ice operations through municipal maintenance. So that pretty much gives you a little brief description of what our department does. I guess we could jump right into the budget part. All right, we start page 1. It's just what we've been as far as past budgets and what we had. This payroll increases a total of $90,544. Our second expenditures increased at $59,350, and an overall increase of $149,899. You go to page 3, it breaks down what we have for staff, how that budget was come to is at the $1,497,080.78. That's the 1 director, 2 highway foreman, a building foreman, assistant to the director, bookkeeper, principal department assistant. We got 3 master techs, 1 lead tech for transportation, 1 lead tech for municipal maintenance equipment. We got currently 4 equipment operators, 1 part-timer. We still got 1 open position for equipment. If you look to the right of that paper, you'll see the open full-time stuff. Truck driver, we have a part-time there. We got 1 open truck driver position. Laborers, we currently have 4. We got 1 part-time and 2 open laborers positions that are open. So we'll go right to page 4. It breaks down how the overtime was come up to. So you got 275 hours at each position. And that's based on like 5 hours per week. And 100 hours for the bookkeeper is less than 2 per week. That's how we come up with them numbers to get our overtime budget. Page 5, on-call wages. That's all contractual. The highway foreman and the building foreman, they get a 6-hour on-call thing, but it's split up between them, so 26 weeks each. Down below them is the laborers, everybody as far as the master mechanics, truck drivers. They get it 52 weeks, but they're only 2 hours. But it's all set up there. You can actually see how the numbers come up over there. The last 6 page, number 6, would be the longevity, vacation buybacks, shift differential, contract stipends, and seasonal work. And that pretty much buttons up the whole payroll side of the budget. Is there any questions on the payroll before I jump into the expenditures?
I'm looking at your numbers over the past couple of years, and right now you get down 13.5 positions, truck drivers, laborers, and whatever.
Yeah.
With 3 of them being open, so you're.
Yeah, I think this, is it 4?
Yeah.
I think it's 4, yeah.
4.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
4, so you're running that short? And
Yeah,
what would you attribute that to? Is it pay, is it just no help out there, is it?
Some pay, I mean, we're in line with, like, other surrounding towns, but like, skilled positions, like the heavy equipment and truck driver, private sector's a little on the high side compared to what we're paying.
Yeah.
So I think we're struggling on them 2 things, but, I mean, it's just a day and age that people are like.
Combination of things.
Yeah, people just, they're not so much on benefits, they're all about, a lot about money, you know?
What we're seeing is, especially, call it the new generation, does not care about benefits, does not care about pension. They want every dollar they can get into their pocket, and they work themselves, grind themselves down. Then you find them in, you're seeing them in late 40s, early 50s, and then moving to the municipal side. It's kind of an interesting trend as they're thinking about their future more and more. And that's, and that's the trade-off with the pension, because
everybody, like myself, everybody, you're paying 9+2, so 11% of your salary is going into the pension. The new ones, it's a 5-year, is there how you calculate your highest years rather than 3. So some of the things as maybe the salaries haven't caught up to the private sector, especially not the boom you've seen, especially for CDL drivers and things over the last few years, hasn't caught up. But again, it's these, some of these guys, we've lost them. They said, well, I'm going to get this amount. And then they're shocked to be laid off in the winter from a company. And that's, the one thing about the municipal is you're steady Eddie the sort of the whole way through. So, right.
Yeah, and I mean, I look at this, I find this being short, these few people, more concerning during the summer, obviously. I mean, you need more people doing the work.
Yeah.
I got 2 positions, by the way, they're supposed to be starting next week out of the 4, so that's a good thing, and I got more interviews next week, so hopefully
That is a good thing.
we can fill all of them,
Yeah.
and be in good shape.
We're trying, but I will tell you what's most concerning for me is, Mr. Menard, despite my best efforts, will not be here forever. Glenn will not be here forever as well. And you're trying to, the knowledge of this community, what's happened over the last, how long, Dave, have you been here?
28 years, and Glenn's has 38, so
Yeah.
that, we're the 2 top, I mean, I'll be 60 this year, Glenn just turned 60, so we're on, that's why I'm trying to reflect this budget, even in the payroll, maybe assistant director to get in, or, some more management because none of the guys, the lower guys seem like they wanna move up to the management positions, because it's kind of a demanding jobs, so.
They have to deal with me, apparently.
No, so, I mean, it's just, you're on call all the time, it's 7 days a week, nobody wants the responsibility of having that type of, they don't think it's worth it. Everybody's a quality of life instead of the job, Different, like I said, it's old school versus, it's a different type of, people are growing up differently, and they don't, rather, that's what they want to do, you know what I mean?
Definitely.
So,
Everybody wants to be the puppy on the porch, not the person walking the dog, it's.
Yeah, and it used to be, you had your benefits package, you had your pension. You also knew that you had unlimited opportunity to increase because overtime's always there, because the needs of what we have for the needs. But, overtime is time away from your family. It is time on your, on your body and such. And so there's a change in that.
yeah.
So.
Remember, you walked in my office one time, he sees my daughter, she was young, and she drew a picture of like snowman and stuff like that, and it said something like, and you said, oh, look, I didn't even think of nothing of it, but he looked at it, he goes, oh, look at the toll it puts on the kid that you're not there during the snowstorms, or stop snowing or something, no snow allowed.
Yeah, that's her thing,
He
said
put
no
that,
snow this
allowed,
year.
no snow allowed or something, yeah. So, goes to show you.
Yeah, you think about the families at home and so.
It's kind of getting your wish these days.
Yeah, yeah. Believe it or not, we do go, I mean, there's like a lot of snow and ice conditions we have, even it's still.
And I think that's the
Quite
one
a-
thing people don't understand is even if there's no snow, your crew's out there when it's icing up, putting out there the salting, sanding, and
Yeah,
doing that sort of work.
yeah. All right, so I guess we can go right to page 7 on the expenditure
Oh,
part.
excuse me, back on page 6 real quick, Norm, I have a question.
Okay.
Maybe it's for Dirk. I didn't think we were doing vacation buybacks anymore.
You do as there's some contracts still have them, like the 4-person's contract.
Yeah, I mean, it
That's
looks
really-
like, a lot, that's the 38-year guy that, they get, from being here, they get a lot of vacation time, because they've been here 38 years, so you pick up days for all them years of service. This is an unusual amount, I mean, like again, he's only here for the next few more years, that's probably gonna draw.
I didn't think there was any contracts with it, but that's
Yeah.
okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
there's, and.
Is there a
as
cap on it?
And I mean, he might not get all this, but we have to plan for it, that's why,
Right,
you know what I mean?
So,
Just-
well, theirs is a strange one and we've taken it out. You used to get bonus days for X amount of years being here beyond your years, so 1 bonus day for, and I think originally.
Yeah, he took it out of the steelworkers, I had an extra week there. Thanks, Derek.
All right.
That's where my longevity comes in,
Yeah.
because we gave up that extra bonus days on vacation, so you lost the week's vacation, but you got a longevity pay.
Yeah, you try and give a give and a take on there, and this helps for the town to know its liabilities and costs.
Any others on the payroll, or we go for the expenditures? All right. We'll start right with electricity. You'll notice that we're dropping it from 150 to 130. That 20,000, what I'm seeing even in my the percentage drops. We did give up we got rid of East School, West School, and Everett School. So there's some of the that's probably where I'm seeing a lot of the savings is through them 3 buildings. That's what we're doing there.
Because Jody was concerned about electricity, so I saw his eyes shoot up, so there is an explanation.
You know why, I mean, it's just, you hear people complaining now about their electric bills are going up so much, I mean.
We're going
it's-
down.
Sorry,
This
Chris,
budget's
yeah.
going down.
I was right there with you on that one.
We're just that good.
So
Turn the temperature down.
the propane, we're increasing it $2,500. That is, the state does not do propane contracts no more. They got out of doing, I have no reason why, but then they're getting away from any kind of propane state contracts. So now we had to kind of go out to quotes for ourselves, and it's obviously an increase in cost. So that's where it's going up. Fuel oil. This is one, me and Derek were trying to crunch some numbers on this budget, and we're looking at every little thing. We could save $100, we'll save $100. That's how crucial, how tight we're getting on some of these numbers. So, I mean, I had a $500 thing, we reduced it to $400, just to be able to, so that I could get away with this year. So that's how really, and plus that item was kind of sitting out there for a little bit too, and said, let's address this and say, hey, look, we're not spending this every single year, so let's knock it down where we can. The natural gas also dropped, and we had I think West School was oil, but East School had gas, and so did Everett. They had natural gas, so I'm saving that money on them 2 buildings. The water, 20,000 to 15. Also, we had water bills coming from each building also. They had backflows and stuff that got tested and things of that nature that we saved on. The sewer cost, increasing from 37 to 40. The EDU rates, this one's funny. They don't really, oh no, the rates ain't coming up, but they do. They come up. And like even this year, I'm already, I had the 37 on there, and that first round came out to like, I'm at 52 at 19.54, so I'm at 52%, and so I know I'm going to be over on that 37,000. I'll be just probably around $39,000 this year. So I just bumped it up to the 40 just to try to cover me on that for next year. Here we go. Buildings, 90,000 to 110. This one's kind of like all the building stuff been trying to do even this year. I'm way up on my buildings money spent already, because we're trying to do things like the auditorium. We had an opportunity to sand them floors, stain them all up, and now with this little bit of increase, hopefully we can, well, it ain't gonna cover the cost of that. He's gonna use some ARPA to get the rest of the woodwork done, ceilings, everything all painted, and try to get that place utilized.
So we'll have it's fully utilized space. Now that we've got the HVAC
Working in there, we've done the floors, first step was, I'm sorry to bore you, the slate ceiling that was sliding off, cutting into the rubber roof over there. You had to fix the slate ceiling. Then we fixed the rubber roof. Once you had that, then you were able to fix the ceiling inside of there. Then we fixed the HVAC system, set that up. Now we've sanded down the floors. Now you're doing the rest of it. So it's kind of how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time. So.
What is the capacity of that room?
The capacity that's listed in there, believe it or not, is 600. I think Mr. Turner will probably look at that and reduce it. I think 600 is pretty intense, but we'd love to see that. For the only problem, and we're looking into it as well, is the echoes in there, the room itself.
Soundproofing,
Yeah, so doing some sort
the curtains, different style curtains and stuff could knock down that, stuff like that, so
You know, and we're not interested in spending seven figures on it, you know, but there's also, sometimes they have the electronic sound cones that will do it, but I don't know what that would do for like WCTV or recording, so it may help us. Any of the other stuff may not, it could impact it.
Maybe it's a project for somebody at the TAC. How do you do acoustics,
Yeah,
you know, in that kind of space?
yeah.
Or a university student.
Because otherwise, once that's there, I mean, we've got over at the multi-service center, we've got that's utilized by, afterwards, it's kind of multi-generational. They've got the Tigers cheer using it thereafter, we've got space that's utilized, then we've got this one. I'd love to see, what we've talked about is even having indoor winter markets within here, so residents can utilize it, do things like that, so.
I like that.
All right, we can move right along. Repair and maintenance equipment, I bumped that up to 55,000. Even these things, everything, the price of parts and everything's just gone through the roof in the last couple of years after COVID. So I'm trying to boost these up little by little. We still probably, these are the ones that have super, super tight, and we spend every nickel of these equipment and the vehicles too, same thing.
Are you having trouble getting parts?
Some stuff you have to wait, yeah, yep. Some things are out 4 or 6 weeks.
And Dave, could you explain what vehicles the mechanics work on?
As far as,
So we've got ours, what else do we do? The school, the buses?
yeah, the school transportation, all their fleet of 52, but you still got, so we have they're all under me as far as the technicians, so we got, all our front end loaders, all our CDL trucks, all our 1-tons, everything, small equipment, chainsaws, weed whackers, blowers, water pollution, we maintain their stuff, the Department of Natural Resources, we do pretty much everybody except the police, here and there. We'll even touch a police vehicle once in a while if they need be. If they need a radio removed or something, or decals taken off or something, we'll do it. But they usually outsource their services and stuff like that over there.
Do you any way track the 52 school buses or what you do for the water pollution control facility? Do you keep an accounting of that so that we have an idea of what's going toward those?
Not really, no, because I got 2 dedicated people for the transportation. They document a lot of, I can get records of them, because the school has to document all their maintenance on their stuff, because they have inspections 3 or 4 times a year, and they have to have that documentation, what's been done to that bus, and so the inspector comes, he actually has to see all that information, so.
But the schools and the sewer facility are not charged anything by the town for any of that?
No.
Yeah, it's not we took it out of the indirect that we charge for municipal maintenance, but there's still a good amount that they're doing for them. It's, as you know, we actually, contrary to the comment, we kind of subsidize them on some of the things. We don't charge a payment in lieu of taxes with things like that.
Yeah.
So.
And this was all done years ago to save money for the town. It's instead of combining resources to get it done cheaper. Where are we going? Uniforms, that's staying level funded. The protective clothing got bumped up with all these OSHA regulations and stuff. It seems like we're purchasing more and more protective gear for our crew, and so that's why I'm increasing it this year. Professional services, we're dropping down from 54 to 40,000. We're gonna try take on probably a few less projects with less engineering, so that's why we're dropping it this year. Dues and memberships, 250, that's really Mass Highway and Plymouth County Associations is, we keep track of, because we get into their bid information, stuff like that for anything like snow and ice.
Just back up a sec. For professional services, if you do something for the town, do you have to hire somebody to go to the planning board and the Concom and that?
yeah, some stuff, yes, if it's in like that, if it's in the wetland zones, then that's what they want, it depends, an RDA versus, full-blown notice of intent is, it depends on what type of, seems like everything nowadays is notice of intent, the way I look at it, it's everything they want is, they want treatment, so.
And that kind of
especially with
delays
the
your
MS4
project
regulations.
then too,
Huh?
huh? It delays your project because you have to go before the committees or.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah, it takes time, that's just the
Yeah.
process, just like everybody else goes through, we have to do the same exact thing, so.
We've seen, I will tell you, we've seen a nice change with Josh down
Oh.
in conservation. He's been excellent to work with, taking some of the burdens on for the town and making some, being not lenient, I'd say, but practical. It also, these sometimes stop projects. We started the Standpipe Hill project, we were cleaning that all up. But the former conservation agent determined that it was a coastal dune and you couldn't get down to the others. So when people see things that are not cleaned up or not, there's a lot of times we're not allowed to touch them, or you have to spend a fortune in engineering to get there.
Yeah.
So.
Absolutely. Advertising, staying level funded. The cellular, it's dropped a tad, because of, one of the supervisors hasn't, we ended up getting rid of his tablet, so, that's why we're saving a little bit of money there. Doesn't like to use it, so.
So why have it out there?
Yeah, why spend the tax dollars, right? Tuition, it's same as last year. What we did with that is, one of our technicians in the shop ended up bringing them through the CDL class, which is expensive, so that was like a $6,000 hit just for the, he got a Class A, but he passed it and he got it, so he's an additional driver to our thing. And I have one more guy that's in my shop that I wanna send him to the class too. So,
You used to be able to train.
yeah, I used to be able to do it in-house, train ourselves, and, but now the registry, they don't allow us to do so anymore. You have to be a school now to be able to do it, which is terrible. I don't understand why we can't do that, but that's.
So you understand there's certain safety things, but at the same time, it seems like when it's getting more difficult to hire positions or find people in the positions, the Commonwealth's idea to fix it is to make it more onerous to get those licenses and more expensive.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make sense to me.
But even an average person, like say he wanted to go get a CDL, can't afford to do it, How can they afford to go out to spend that kind of money,
How many CDLs do we have?
Drivers?
Yeah.
In my place, I have, let's see, so all my operators are CDLs, so that's 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 7 of us.
And what size vehicle is that required for? Or is it by size?
We have, Class A's, I probably got maybe 3 myself and 2 others on Class A, and then the rest are B's.
So by gross vehicle weight.
Yeah, gross vehicle weight, semi-trailer. The licenses, the 27 is for the people that we have. That's contractual, that we spend that money for that. Office supplies, level funding. I don't know how we get away with level funding. I think we take a lot of stuff that we from Derek's office and stuff.
Just print on both sides of the paper.
Well, you can print it across the hall.
Yeah, that's why Dave always brings a bag with him when he visits.
A little bit, some stuff like that, even having the transfer station, stuff like that. If we need things of that, we can hit that account for some paper or something like that too, to help out too. Gas and diesel, that's went up 5,000. Right, custodian supplies also went up 5,000. I mean 500 on the custodian, and this is all inflation stuff. All these things that costing more money to do. Road materials, I brought up 10, and highway supplies went up 10. Operating supplies up 3. Tool budget up a couple. Is my vehicles up 5? Our outside contractors went down 5, and my MS4 went up to 100. That's what it's to do the entire town. The 59 wasn't enough to cover all the other school funds.
Excuse me, I just want the record to reflect that Heidi Churchill has arrived now, so we have a sixth member of the committee present.
So that pretty much goes through all the expenditures of the, and that was the total increase, I believe, of, what was that, 59 for the expenditures?
59,350.
Yeah, 59,350. And then we're gonna go move over to the snow and ice budget, which is, this is one of the ones that don't reflect what you actually utilize. This is something that we just increased the 1,000 per year, and we went from 360 to 361 for the snow and ice. And the last one would be street lighting. We're staying at the 185 right now, but I can tell you right now it's dropped. We just did all our LED upgrade, and it's dropped dramatically. So like last January, we were probably looking at, a $20,000 bill versus now this year's $10,000 bill. But the rates are supposed to be going up, so I think that a little bit's gonna level. So, I'm level of funding it this year, but we should see a dramatic drop in my streetlight bill for fiscal '26.
And that's for the electricity for the street lights.
Electricity, yeah, 'cause now it's.
So we put in more efficient lights.
Yeah, it's completely LED now, the whole system. The 1,667 lights are all LED now.
Nice.
Great.
Yeah, that was, and we'd done close to, was it close to 1,000 before or close to 700 before this one?
Yeah, it was like close to 700, yeah, so we
700
went a little over
beforehand.
1,000, yeah.
And then we finally got this last round through. So, and part of it's even the, trying to get the period lights up to LED, and
Yeah.
those are a nightmare, as you.
Yeah, that's a totally different scenario than street lighting period lights, So that breaks up our department. Any other questions on any of them budgets?
I think you're doing a great job.
Yeah, as always.
Appreciate it.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm gonna have to leave for a while, I will be back.
Okay, so let the record reflect that Dom is leaving for the moment.
Be back after lunch. Gonna go over the store.
Right, so, next item on the agenda is natural resources.
Good morning. There's 7 packets. John's is in there too, if you
Okay.
would like it before you leave.
Robert, you want one of these before you go, or?
Do you have any more than that? 'Cause we
I
have
have coffee,
a couple of people.
Not a problem, I'll give you everything right after. No, I'm good, thank you. Did I make it my 30 minutes?
You did.
I did, just perfect. Yeah?
How are you, Gary?
Thanks for beating them up for me.
Yeah. No, you're on.
Thank you.
And this is Gary.
That's fine. Okay, that's for Julie.
Here's a couple more.
We have it covered. Is that it?
It's this one.
Everybody got it?
Thank you.
Would you pass this around to Heidi?
Thanks, Val.
Stuff for you.
I've got one more for you that I forgot to pick up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Gary. Hi, how are you?
I like your cover.
welcome, and if you would please introduce yourself for the
Hi.
record.
Good morning. Gary Buckminster, Director of Natural Resources, Harbormaster.
Welcome, and please carry on with your presentation.
Okay. First packet you have is just a breakdown of salaries, organizational chart, duties that we perform, collections from 2022 to 2023. Breakdown of what we're doing, and what we're looking to accomplish this year coming into this new season.
Okay.
Any questions on that, I can, happy to answer.
You have the animal control officer.
Yes.
In 2 other offices?
Yes, correct, yep.
So the animal control function used to be under the police department. This seemed more natural because, you know, Gary's department was already handling a majority of these, and those functions, you would be surprised at the call volume.
It's quite significant. Our call volume is reaching numbers of some of the smaller police departments that you have in the state.
Wow.
Yeah, so.
And what, can you just give a general breakdown of what those kind of calls are like?
Pretty much, you know, we obviously deal with the waterways end of it. We're dealing with hunting, trespassing, illegal dumping. We also go into, with the animal control calls, you're dealing with loose dogs, attacks. We have a huge bite rate in this town. So we're always dealing with dog versus dog attack, or dog versus human. We have some unfortunate situations that we get into. We do deal with animal abuse. We process all the charges. I won't even go into detail on some of them, but it's really, every day is an adventure for her, and we have a great animal control officer. So what was nice about it too is it was only 4 days a week is how they were originally running it, and with all of us on now, we cover 7 days a week, all the call outs, everything. So the animal control officer now has backup. We all have the same equipment in the vehicles, everything. We have a call after this, we have to go take a dog out of a house that's aggressive, so a couple of us will meet there and get the dog out and try to make it as easy for the dog as possible to get it to the shelter. So.
Animals don't observe Monday through Thursday.
No.
And if you have people removed from the property, whether police, health, or, passing, it's
Yeah.
them that take care of the animals.
We go, if there are any police activities with the detectives where we have to, they have to enter a house, we actually go in with them as well and secure animals, and we also help them process the scene as well. So. If you'd like, we can start just going down the line items and go from there. For the most part, there's not a significant change from last year. I've pushed up a few, as Dave Menard mentioned, costs are increasing, and we do have some training that's coming up. So the first portion in the salaries, you'll see just a small increase. That's just because of the bargaining. I did increase our part-time for my request. We're trying to make it, we're having a tough time hiring seasonal people to want to work here, and pay is always a situation with it, and it's just, we're having people going to work at a gas dock for $22 an hour, and we're at 17. So we're trying to keep things going and still have staff to be able to work on the beaches and make sure things are operating. Overtime, we've level funded again. It's just, that covers our call outs at night. We do have staff that has to come in on occasions and they work an extra shift, or just covers the basics, and they do have call out, so it's a couple hours that they get as opposed to just a carryover in their regular work day. So, and then the last item is longevity. That's also just part of our bargaining unit. I think I'm the only one that has longevity because I'm older now. So,
And we're glad you do.
yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Gary was a spring chicken when I
Yeah.
started.
The job will age you.
Yeah, sure does. Electricity level funded. We have water, obviously that's been increasing. Sewer as well, we cover one sewer bill at the pier. Maintenance and repair, we do increase it because of, obviously things are just expensive. I think we're at $130 an hour now for mechanic labor for the patrol boats. If you have to go into a marina, and everything, when you put boat to it, is expensive, so. We try to keep as much service, keep as much of the repairs in-house now, so we have a couple, one of our new hires, he's actually a full mechanic, and Michael, our deputy director, he's a mechanic as well, and he welds, and he's very hands-on, so they tackle the majority of the boat repairs, and then the stuff that's outside our scope when it gets into diagnostics and certain components and warranty work, we have to go with them. So there was obviously I'm requesting a $2,000 increase on that. Other professional services, that covers a majority of our animal control calls, so we are required to offset costs if we find an animal that's injured. We're only allowed to spend up to a certain amount of money per animal for comfort care, and that's just to provide a comfort for the animal to try and locate the owners or whatever we have to do. And at that point, we make a decision. We'll cover that, and then the owners will have to cover the rest of it. And unfortunately, we have to make decisions for animals if we don't have an owner. So we get covered with the costs of euthanasia and boarding and quite a few different options. So that is increased this year. Last year it was 12,000. I had to increase it to 14,000 because the state is requiring us to monitor the piping plovers, and they have given the watchdog is the Audubon Society, so they charge us to go and count 5 nests. So they charge us $2,000 per season while the birds are active here from April to about mid-August. And so we just have them covering the bird monitoring. So there's one of the increases. Self-explanatory, printing and mailing. Most of our permits are beach stickers. We cover some of them out of the waterways because they pertain to the waterways, so we don't hit that account too much with anything marine related. Cellular, all of our trucks have tablets in them. The deputy director has a phone, and the animal control officer has a phone, and that's it. So, and all of our tablets have wireless connection because we're on the same system as the police for their computer system and running through that. Leases is just, the only lease we have is our photocopier. Other purchases, usually that just falls into upkeep and cleaning for at the pier and the bathrooms, and we take care of the bathroom at the top of the hill in Onset now, and then just general work. So building supplies and maintenance as well, cleaning. We maintain our workshop. Again, the pier, the restrooms, diesel, gas. We kept it the same level funded last year. This year, fuel prices are about 75 cents a gallon more at the marinas, and our boat will one takes about 110 gallons, and the other one will take about 200. So it comes up, and plus we have pump out boats, and we do offset some of the gas costs through the CVA program. So the federal government picks up 75% of all the costs for our pump out, and then we pick up the remainder 25% of it. Propane, we just have a shop, one tank that we utilize. It's the old bus garage, so it's 2 large bays, and it's got an office set up inside as well. So we just keep that heated. Uniforms, we did increase. I have 2 officers that are going to be attending the full-time academy in the fall. So we have to cover all of their gear that comes in with that, as well as they have different uniforms they have to purchase. It's the same as what the police department deals with. So,
Are those new officers or are they the existing?
they are new. They are the 2 new hires that we hired last year. Yep. And dues and memberships, harbor master associations, shellfish officer associations. A lot of it has to get into animal control officer associations, a large one, and then that also covers different training sessions as well. Licenses and I apologize. Licenses and conferences, the last two. Captain's licenses, renewals, hydraulic licenses, we like Dave was talking about, we do have people have, one officer, Mike has his Class A driver's license, so we utilize the town's dump trucks when we're doing, just trail work or bringing stuff around, so we can take the trucks and he operates, and we're all trained for excavators and things of that nature. I also have Animal Control Academy that we have to send the animal control officer to, and there's a lot of state training that just keeps us up to date with what's going on. And conferences, basically for travel. This year we're probably gonna have to fly out to the boat builder. Our new patrol boat is ordered, so we're gonna have to visit the site, and they take us through the entire plant. They take us through the building process of the boat and make sure that everything is gone through before it comes here. So, and that's about it.
Questions?
Electricity. You level funded electricity, not expecting
We've been doing pretty good. Our buildings, like all the other town buildings, have been changed over, and we try to be conservative with it. So.
How did you do compared from last year to this year? How's your spending?
We went right to the limit. Yeah, it's we use every cent of it, so it does go up.
So you don't think you'll need to increase it for this year?
I don't think so. No, I think we're safe enough to keep some lights off and keep the place going.
Yes?
I see that in the payments you received, Stanton Foundation Dog Park Grant.
Yes.
That's a one
That's
shot.
a one-shot deal,
Yeah.
yes.
So are you involved, how are you involved in the dog park?
We were tasked with building it, and now we are tied in with the organization as well. We assist them in maintaining it. We just utilized this Eversource program, and we have new lights going in now, so Eversource is picking up the tab on it. So we just try to facilitate what's going on at the park. Next week, we're gonna meet with them and talk about doing an exterior trail around the dog park, because it's all town property. So we're gonna look at a little zigzag walking area in that site as well, for somebody that wants to just take their dog on a leash and go through. So we'll go into that and cut the trees back and trim it and groom the trail. So, but we're there all the time. We had a car hit the fence, so we have to set up that for repairs, and we're going there for people mad at each other, or their dog gets into a fight with somebody, their dog is looking at somebody wrong. So it stimulates some interest.
I have just a couple of questions.
Sure.
I see you've got update animal control bylaws under your goals. Is
Yes.
that something you're just doing in-house?
Yes, we're gonna do everything in-house, and we'll probably present it to the fall town meeting.
And it looks to me like basically you pay your own way. Is that
For the most part.
fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, we take in quite a bit. The numbers have dropped since the dump changed over. So we used to sell those stickers as well, and that was a big number too. And I think at this point we'd be way over what was presented. But
All right. Any other questions? Thank you, Gary.
thank you.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure.
And I'll leave you with the extras, and if you need anything else, I'll make sure you have them. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I believe next week,
knows what to do with us.
I've been given one job
in
today.
the box, yes.
All yours. Thanks.
And Derek, I failed to get extra copies of the accounting pages.
Okay.
If I could just get 2 more sets of those, that would be great.
I'll email Nina right now.
Perfect. Thank you. I actually need two.
Sir?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike, appreciate it. Oh, that wasn't mine, actually. The candy bar that was next to me actually wasn't mine. Contrary to the visual perspective of it.
You guys are staying right on time?
Scary.
All right, if you would please introduce yourself for the record. We know you, but
Good morning.
someone might be watching who doesn't.
My name is Matthew Underhill. I'm the Wareham IT Director for the town.
And you provided us with some written materials. Would you just present for us whatever you have?
The first page is just a brief, mission statement and, a department organizational chart. And then I kind of have you, just a brief summary of what we do, along with the budget. So, the technology department, I know it's information technology, but I refer to it as technology because we do more than just information now. We support 30 departments in town, give or take. There's another 33 or so boards, committees, commissions, and other agencies that we do support as well. We support, there's about 200 employees that we support across the town, with computers and technology. We currently have about 50 servers running right now with 350 computers at the town, throughout the town, whether desktop computers, laptops, tablets, and other devices that staff needs to perform their duties. And those running, the biggest part is, there's over 150 applications that we're running. From appraisal software to tax billing, payroll, collections, police dispatch, records and dispatch, SCADA systems running sewer plant to permits licensing, so there's quite a few applications that we run. It's just not the hardware. Currently, we have equipment in 32 locations around town. In addition, the department also handles things like telephones, emergency call boxes, cell phones, GPS units, and vehicles, and internet, email, web services, video surveillance. We're starting to get put into things like voting in the poll pads and high-speed tabulators we just bought. Hopefully we'll be using it at the next election. Ambulances, they got life packs in there. Sewer department, looks like they're looking for us to do stuff like monitoring manholes and odor sensors, extracting data from odor sensors and stuff like that. So it's more than just computers. Cybersecurity, I won't kind of go over all of it, but cybersecurity is still an issue. It's still not, business as usual. Cybersecurity is a real. About 2 weeks ago, we just got notice, surprised it really wasn't in the media too much, but 26 billion records were released from, personal information was released from 3,900 websites. 13 of those websites were state websites. Unfortunately, Massachusetts was not one of them, but it's out there.
Yeah.
We have taken advantage this past year in conjunction with Plymouth County as providing cybersecurity training at Bridgewater State. I took the course myself this summer. It's a 10-week course, 1 day a week. I sent 2 of our staff members to it this fall, and hopefully I'll get another member in the spring to try to help us in keeping up with what's going on.
the other cybersecurity training we do. We see the grant we get for it. You probably saw a notification in the newspaper that the school received a grant.
Yes.
That's Matt doing it. He gets the grant for them for the overall, so it's, we probably should be a little better about announcing our successes. Just,
Behind the, just behind the carpet, behind the, behind the screen.
He's the wizard.
So, the technology department, we have been trying to keep track of, our support logs, requests that we get over and above, maintaining operations. We've received 4,500 support calls last year. Projects that we've completed over the year or working on, with, capital requests we got last year, we were able to replace most of our desktop computers so that we can comply with our insurance company's requirements for the cyber insurance. So we've done a complete computer refresh on the desktops. We're working on the servers now. We did a joint project with the fire department, Wareham Fire Department, to run fiber between some of our buildings. We're implementing multi-factor authentication, for our end users to also comply with our insurance company. This past year, we relocated the head-end equipment for the TV studio. All 6 channels used to be located in my office, and now been relocated over to the TV studio.
Who owns the equipment that the TV studio has? Is that us?
The TV studio.
They own it,
We've been awarded a cybersecurity grant, as Derek has mentioned. This will be our 5th year. We've included the school department in it, so to provide cybersecurity awareness training to all our employees that have, access to a computer. We are requiring everybody to complete that training, in order to continue having access to those computers. Other things that we're doing is, we also received a grant to replace and upgrade the police department's records and dispatch software. That grant is going to provide 2/3 the cost. We still got to work on, with the town administrator here and how we're going to provide that other 1/3. But the police department should be excited about that. Other projects we're working on, we're still trying to upgrade and add to our permanent licensing processes. We're wrapping up a cemetery digitization project with municipal maintenance. We've expanded our video surveillance system. As Gary mentioned earlier, we've got a dog park. They're looking to put cameras up there too. Let's see, what else we got going?
Matt, just so you understand, it's not just about putting up cameras. We get the request to view the cameras and go over, and it's time out of that department.
That is a lot of time is spent with it. The more cameras we put up, the more access, the more people want access to it. For instance, every time we have somebody booked, the courts want all the video surveillance from start to finish for every single one of them. That takes time. It's not 5 minutes to export video from a dozen cameras. And as we start implementing body cameras as well, which is coming through, we've already have a few of them, but with negotiations, we'll probably get a lot more of them. Everything an officer does, that's evidence. If we have it, people are gonna want it. We've working with the Harbor Natural Resources Office, new parking kiosks. We kind of had some time working with those last year. In integration with Plymouth County, the manufacturer, and the mobile apps that use them. That's that should be streamlined a little bit better this year. Still working on a technology plan, some policies, procedures. One of the things that we're looking at is a complete website refresh this year. I've been asked about access control systems in buildings to get rid of keys. License plate recognition gates, for at the transfer station, so that as people have stickers, it'll recognize the plate and determine whether or not that person has access or not. Obviously body cameras, fleet management, fixed assets, those are all things that we're being asked to come up with, hopefully in the next fiscal year. From the department salaries, the department, this past year, we added one more staff person, a help desk person. That person's helped streamline and better support the end users, where we have one place to call as opposed to leaving, messages on, voice messages on phones where people aren't sitting at. They're often working on other tasks, so hopefully that'll work. That brings the department to a full-time staff of 4, an IT director, a full-time network administrator at the police station, full-time network administrator here at Town Hall, and then that technology support person. Looking to add another technology support person if we can in this coming budget. I'm not sure if it's feasible, but doesn't hurt to ask. As many departments, lose staff, and as we've seen a lot of changes in staff, new employees, we find that more and more they're looking for IT department to replace some of their duties and responsibilities that had been done by other departments in the past. Add that with the fact that reducing staff, continue to automate things, boards, committees, departments become more of a 24/7 operation. You got several departments that work 24/7, you got other departments that are, open 7 days a week. And the hours for the other departments range anywhere from 6:30 in the morning to 8 o'clock at night. It has become a 24/7 operation. With the increased cybersecurity, the staff has done a good job so far, knock on wood. We have not been hit, and they've done a great job of keeping us up and running. In the budget, it does include a 2% cost of living increase for the staff, as well as any step increases they may do that's contractual. From expense standpoint, the town, the expense budget includes things like printers, computers, servers, power supplies, wireless networks, repair and maintenance, I should say, software licensing. My budget, if you actually look at it, we'll go over it in a minute in detail. All of it's licensing. There really is no new equipment. There's no, even the repair and maintenance line item only has $2,000 in it, which probably will be gone by July, August. New expense items, we had upgraded 3 years ago to, our virtual servers. Those are now out of warranty. The maintenance, support maintenance contract now kicks into place. It's quite substantial at $46,000. We have got some roadside billboard trailers. We bought those with some COVID funds. Unfortunately now that we purchased them, now we gotta start paying for the annual service to use those trailers. That also includes a $24,000 increase. As well as, multi-factor authentication. That has an $8,500 that we didn't have in the past. That was an insurance company mandate. And then communications is just strictly repair, maintenance, our telephone bills, internet, email services. The next page is the town administrator's detail budget expense, but the page after that is my detail. It breaks down every single line item and what's included in those line items. The first, like I said, is salaries. It includes the director, 2 network administrators, a help desk or technology support person, as well as the second that I was requesting. There is some overtime in there. Being a 24/7 operations, the town is, we do tend to get called out a lot. I've tried monitoring those over the past, and we get over 700 calls at night between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. over the course of the year. So it averages about 2 calls every single night. Most of those we can handle remotely, some of them we have to come in. If the staff has to come in, then contractually we have to pay them the overtime.
What kind of calls are those that happen overnight?
They can be anything from, police department, somebody needs their login reset, report stuck in a cruiser, cameras down, internet down. It could be an ambulance, the life packs in the ambulance aren't communicating. It could
So
be
it
a
tends to be
sewer.
public safety generally.
Most of them generally is public safety, there are some others that are not public safety, but, sewer department has issues in the weekends and nights, so it's video surveillance, something happened somewhere, somebody needs that video. And then there are some other requests by boards, committees, after they get out of their meetings at 10 o'clock at night or so, while it's fresh in their mind, they're looking for things to be done. Expense-wise, there's quite a few increases in the budget, by our vendors. The major increase in repairs and maintenance, again, is the annual maintenance support on our virtual servers, at, $46,000. Other purchase services, that includes things like our website, permit licensing software, our financial software, our appraisal software, professional services. That line item includes things like our incident cyber response. We have a vendor that we've contracted out to in case we do get hit with cyber, that they're available to us immediately for assistance, to get us to the point where, all right, they can help us out, figure out what we need to, and at that point, hopefully our cyber insurance should kick into place to pay for anything over and above. But that's more of a retainer, just to have somebody available right then and there while we need it. Software, software includes things like, our backups, our GIS, our licensing for Microsoft, our MSP software that allows us to not only remotely manage most of our systems, but also provides our endpoint protections, antivirus, and backups for the desktops. We've got our video surveillance system, firewalls, like I said, our virtual server, annual maintenance to maintain that equipment, Microsoft, which includes our Office licensing and our server operating system licensing. And there's some minor things here like office supplies, other supplies which include, forms, toner, ink, and stuff like that. Travel, there is some mileage in there. It's for gas. We do have a town vehicle issued to the department. Tuition, there's some tuition in there. You said, with things changing daily in the department, and everything's changing, in order for us to keep up with it. For instance, the cyber training that's being provided by Bridgewater, Plymouth County is paying for 2/3 of that cost for us, but we still gotta pay for that 1/3 cost. That's about all I had for the IT department. Communications is strictly our telephones. We got repair and maintenance for all the telephone systems, for all our departments. Telephone line item has $28,500. That's to pay for all the phone lines, as well as, we share the expense for our emergency call-out system with Wareham Fire Department, Wareham Fire District, and Onset Fire District. So that's 1/3 our cost. There's cellular between myself and the 2 network administrators. We all have cell phones. We are on call 24/7, as well as hotspots in case we happen to be someplace where we do not have internet access and we need to get back in. Then the last line item on here, $60,000 is for internet access, yeah, and our email system. We have several ISPs installed. We have Verizon Fios here at Town Hall. We've recently added Verizon Fios over at the Deacon's School as well as municipal maintenance. We've got Comcast running at the police station. Those are all looped together. So if service goes down in one location, we can pick the service up at another. And then our email services, which has increased quite substantially over the last couple of years, is for our email. Unfortunately, you pay per mailbox, and the more mailboxes we create, the higher the cost goes, and with more mailboxes causes more storage, and the more storage you use, the higher the cost goes with that as well. So I know you don't have a lot of time, but that was the overall summary of the department. Any questions?
Questions?
What do you do with your spare time?
Here.
I would say what's spare time. Well, I personally want to thank you for taking care of our technological difficulties this morning.
Oh, no, not a problem, that's what we're here for. You know, things
It's a
like
good
that happen.
example, it's a good example of what you were called upon to do.
You know, the emergencies come up all the time, and, we have to determine what's priority, and, obviously, your meeting was starting, and it needed to be dealt with right away.
Matt, do you do anything with artificial intelligence here?
We do have, ourselves, not really, we do have an artificial intelligent bot that I added to our website a year ago. It's a chat bot, which helps in the search process. A lot of residents don't quite use it properly. They think it's a live person on the other end answering their questions. That's as far as the extent we got. The problem with artificial intelligence going out there is all the bad people have it as well. And it makes their job so much easier for cyber hacking and cybersecurity to just create a little bot or use some artificial intelligence to do all their back-end work for them and do all their searching. What they used to do take months and years now only takes a few minutes. So it's a challenge. It's a nice feature that's out there, but it's something to worry about as well.
You talked about the new voting tablets and all that stuff. That is not on our network. Those
No.
are separated from.
So the voting system is strictly on, with all 351 communities, is on the Secretary of State's network. That's not on our network, it's in our building. The poll pads that they use are strictly for residents to come and check in and check out. It's not actually used for actual voting. The electronic tabulator that they just bought, it's a high-speed electronic tabulator, which should make it a lot easier for the town clerk's office to run the ballots through at a high speed to get to tabulate the results much quicker, especially when it comes to all the mail-in voters. You used to have 100 mail-in voters a year, and now you're talking thousands of mail-in voters. So it takes time to count those.
But there's nothing to worry about with security on that or anything.
We do our best. I can't guarantee anything. It's really tough with security in voting in elections. The Secretary of State's office has done a real good job of trying to minimize any of that. Unlike some of the other states who've had some real problems in it, I have to say Massachusetts has done really well in trying to maintain the security and integrity of our elections.
All right. Anything else? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Looks like you guys have a break.
We may have a slight break. I'm going to take this moment to take a break.
If you have any questions, certainly get back to me or get to the town administrator, and he'll forward it on, one or the other.
Absolutely. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Shall we reconvene? And next up is the Board of Health. If you would please just introduce yourself for the record and tell us what you have to say.
Yes, good morning. My name is Patrick McDonald. I'm the Director of the Health Department. We'll go through real quick just the roles, responsibilities of the Board of Health. In your packets, as you flip through, you'll see a little script I'll read off of, and there's a few charts as far as our board members and then the breakdown for our office positions. And
Okay, one moment, if you could just give me an extra copy of this. I'm saving some for an absent member.
Absolutely. And then your final sheet is our budget sheet in that packet. So, real quick, the Board of Health, we administer and coordinate all the public health programs as far as state programs, all of the local regulations that the board institutes. And that includes all of the sanitary codes and things we work through as far as the inspections that we do. That includes all of your food inspections, so that's retail and food service, so restaurants and kind of like your smaller gas stations that do retail stuff. We take care of all your septic plans, we issue all the permits for those. We do Chapter 2 housing inspections. We do those on a regular basis through a program that was developed here with our board and regulations that we passed to do those on a yearly basis, which has been a huge help for us as far as complaints and compliance goes. We do your hotels and motels, swimming pools. We do all the beach water sampling and testing. We license body art establishments and inspect those. We do individual food handler certifications for all your food handlers in your restaurants. What else? That's the bulk of it. On top of that, we just deal with a lot of general complaints as far as nuisances, and you seem to be the catch-all. If somebody's got a complaint, they're not sure where it goes, we take care of it one way or the other. On top of that, we're also affiliated with the Plymouth County Emergency Preparedness Coalition. The state has divided up the state into Public Health Emergency Preparedness Coalition, so we attend those meetings on a regular basis. We have deliverables that we meet for that, and in turn we also receive grant funding and different things like supplies and equipment. So our budget really hasn't changed much year to year. The only major change would be in our expense budget, and that's something that Derek and I worked out to revamp how we were handling the beach water sampling program. Initially, when the state started the program, we were dealing with the permitting and paying for all the sampling through an enterprise account, and it became complicated, to say the least. So the solution we came up with is just setting a general amount in the budget so that we can handle all the regular sampling that we do that are scheduled, which is Tuesdays all summer long. And then we bill out, depending on the type of beach and location, individually for any additional samples. And that's really the big change. Everything else in the expenses comes down to office supplies, fuel for our vehicles, and then we also pay for the contracted nurse out of our expense budget, and that eats up a majority of it. Salaries increase reflects the percentage changes for all the employees as far as raises and step changes. And that's really it.
What is the function of the nurse, the contractor who's the nurse?
So our current nurse, her contract is strictly our MAVEN disease reporting. So anytime you have a communicable disease that comes from a lab test or something, or you go to the hospital, you feel ill, the state has a disease reporting program, the same one that we used throughout COVID-19.
Sure.
So she monitors that, does all of the investigation, all the questioning, fills out all the paperwork for that. And that's really it. She does that for 5 hours a week.
Questions?
You mentioned you do construction work permits. What type of construction?
The construction's works permit is for septic systems.
Septic system.
Yep.
And then you do the final inspections after that?
Yeah, so we do 3 inspections for those. Well, it's really 4. So we'll do the initial review and inspection for the plans, and we'll approve them for form and function as far as Title V regulations. We'll do a bottom of the hole inspection to ensure that the tank is being set properly in accordance to what Title V requires. We do an open hole inspection for the field to make sure we have suitable soils and the location is correct, and then we do a final once everything's been installed.
So do you collect a fee for that?
We do. It depends, the fee changes, there's a lot of factors that go into it. If it's a full system, there's a base $100 review fee. That changes if it's an alternative septic system. Same with the permitting. The number increases as you go, as far as if it's residential and a basic Title V system is a different price than if you're a residential alternative. And then there's a whole nother set for commercial. So it's kind of a tiered fee system. And then if you have variances that you request from the board, there's an additional fee and review for those. I think that's it. But all those different variables can play into the cost of your permit. It just depends.
And then you work with the town, an engineer hired by the, to get the plan in compliance to.
Yep.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No problem.
Next up is our finance director. Yes. You are the finance director, right?
I am.
If you,
Treasurer Collector Finance Director.
would you just identify yourself for the record, and
Sure.
I assume you have some materials to pass around to us.
Yep. John Foster, Treasurer Collector Finance Director for the town of Wareham. I have some handouts for you. Just pass those around.
Derek's collected these.
Thank you. This is how you get the whole spreadsheet on one page, is by
Is that the debt?
big
Yeah.
paper. Yes.
That's a lot of numbers on that page.
Doing it well. All right, please proceed.
Okay, we can stop wherever you like, but I'm just gonna go over the office staffing first. Currently, we have a finance director, treasurer collector, an assistant treasurer collector, and 2 full-time clerks and a part-time department assistant, 1 day a week.
The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
Okay,
All set?
yes, thank you.
So that's how it exists today. What we're planning, so for fiscal year '25, by the end of fiscal year '25, it could possibly be that I'm retiring at the end of the fiscal year. And we're looking to train up some of the staff that we've hired recently. We have 1 clerk who we just hired. She's been there approximately a year. She worked for a payroll company, processed over 100 payrolls a week for this company. We have another one that has a degree in business and a minor in accounting, who both work in our office. She has less than a year of experience, so we're hoping to train them right now to do some of the functions of the assistant treasurer collector, who's probably not too far off from me from retiring. But this will be my 30th year with the town of Wareham, and she's been here approximately 20 years. So what you see on this first flow chart of this organizational chart, we're hoping to create a couple of bookkeeper positions where they'll be taking some of the functions of the assistant treasurer collector, and at the same time keeping 1 part-time person for counter work to help at the counter. At one time, this office had 7 full-time equivalents. in the office when it was a treasurer and collector's office. We're down to 4 1/4 persons doing more work. So that's that's on the staffing side. The spreadsheet that you see right here, the expense budget spreadsheet, the front page is what we print off at Vadar. That's probably what you have for your records. My spreadsheets are the longer attached version attached to the back of it. And I've broken that down. We have what was expended in my expense budget from 2022 and 2023, what was appropriated in 2024 and expended through January of 2024, projected expenses through the end of the fiscal year, and total estimated expenses for the entire fiscal year, and my 2025 departmental request. And it's all broken down. It's very similar year after year, nothing much changes. It does depend on if we do our recordings. There's a big difference if we do the recordings in May or if we do them in July. It's a $15,000 difference for the recording fees on their own, and that's another $5,000 for advertising, depending on when we advertise it. But that's a timing issue thing, and I think we're on track this year. So they should follow what I have here. Nothing really has changed. Last year, we had $99,208 appropriated, and this year it's $99,908, $700 difference. I also have included, I think I gave you the retirement. You do have that, and I'm sure Derek has already provided you with the Plymouth County retirement numbers. This year it's $6,115,381. That's a one-time payment in July. We save a couple $100,000 by paying it off in July versus breaking it up into 2 halves. And that's set. That's not something you can argue with change. It is what it is. They give you an assessment and you pay it. So the big issue, which you probably have more questions on, is this colorful spreadsheet. That's our data. The orange-colored lines, that is Title V payments, Title V debt payments. Most of that is just principal. There's, I think, 1 or 2 that might have interest because we are borrowing at 0% on those Title V loans. Black and white is sewer. And if you notice a B close to the principal and interest, those are bettered projects, and the X are non-bettered projects. So that'll come into play when you meet with the wastewater pollution facility director, and there'll be a difference in the principal, how the principal and interest is paid, either from betterment debt or non-betterment debt from the users. And the blue is what I consider general fund debt, the town debt. I mean, the piers are also general fund, so is the school, but I've broken them down. So the yellow line items, that's excluded debt. That's the elementary school. It's excluded from Proposition 2.5. It was voted that we raise that over and above our tax levy, or it's included in our tax levy over and above the levy limit. The green line items, that's CPA. So CPA will probably be coming, CPC will probably be coming to you at some point for their last payment on Tremont Nail. So they have 2 bonds out, 2 different types of bonds. One's a taxable and one's a tax exempt. This is the tax exempt bond. It's a permanent bond. It was permanently financed 5 years ago. Its last year is 2025. So after this year, it will be paid off. You won't owe anything on CPA, on Tremont Nail. The other line item is the golf course, $100,000 a year in interest declining from this year forward. And at the end, it gives you all the totals of what we still owe outstanding on all these different projects. The sewer, however, we have $9 million in plan upgrades that is permanently financed. That was the line item that you see with the date. These are all dated by order of issuance, so you can notice the dates going down the side. The 12/14/2022, that was the $9 million loan that we had, but we had $891,000 in loan forgiveness from the Clean Water Trust. And those are the payments, so that's permanently financed with the trust, and those are the payments going to the end of the term. As of right now, next week, we are awarding we should be awarding a bond for the $3 million Swiss Beach project. As a matter of fact, approximately 4 minutes from now, we'll be receiving a bond rating from Standard & Poor's. They'll be calling me to let us know what our new bond rating is on that project. And I have to answer that at one point, because we only have so many minutes to get back to them on that. But
And that will determine what the interest rate is.
yeah, so it's going out to bid. It'll be awarded, or not awarded, it will be called, or it will be due on the 13th of February, and the selectmen will sign off the week after that. We're hoping for good rates on that. It's not Clean Water Trust, so it's not 2% or 0%. We're gonna be paying market on it, because that wasn't one of the trust projects. But that's coming up like literally 4 minutes from now. And the other larger project that you see way down the bottom, that's estimated. So that is the Clean Water Trust $36 million plant upgrades, the headworks and the clarifiers. That's on the high end. So what I did was, we may or may not be considered for the 0% interest. This is figured at 2% interest, and it's considered, I used the entire $36 million authorization for these numbers. So if we receive any loan forgiveness or 0% financing, these will change dramatically, but I put in the higher numbers just because I know it's not gonna go any higher than that.
Right, worst case.
Also, we have down the bottom there, this middle school roof. And Derek will discuss with you the first phase of the roof. I believe he's gonna try to pay that out of free cash. And the second phase, which does have some MSBA money involved in it, grant money. That will be started in July of this year, and we should get some grant money off of that, and those numbers could also change. I did calculate that in there, what we figured the grant money would be, so those numbers are, that's a 10-year loan, hasn't been awarded. I'm just projecting that out so you'll have an idea of what we will have for future debt. But those aren't, that bottom line there, from Swiss Beach down, are estimated numbers by me. That's about it. I mean, we had a lot of debt that was paid off. If you look at the totals down below,
Yeah.
you'll notice that had it not been for the school roof, we would have had no, other than the elementary school, which is separate, we would have been paid off with all general fund debt. But now we have the school roof, and that'll bring us back up over $700,000 a year.
And it's generally considered good practice to have an appropriate level of debt.
Yeah, you don't,
You don't
so
have
what you're
no
trying
debt.
to do is you're trying to, as you pay down your projects, you're bringing up your debt in other areas so they level out. You don't wanna have no debt. Set your budget based on those numbers, not having anything appropriated for debt. And then next year, you're gonna pay $700,000 in debt. What are you cutting for $700,000 that you just appropriated the year before? So you kinda feather that in, and that's what's happening. Same with the sewer. Large project was paid off last year, over $500,000 came off the books. And they're gonna have that $36 million project coming in right off that. So, had it been a little sooner, it would have been coming in this year, but didn't happen that way.
Any questions?
When you said you're gonna retire by the end of 25, are you talking
tell
about
you the
by
exact minute if
June
you'd
of
like to know.
2020?
I have it on my phone.
The countdown begins.
Yeah, so prior to working in Wareham, I worked 10 years for Walpole and Dartmouth. So I have 40 years in by that time. So, yeah, I don't plan on, I'm retiring, but I'm not. I'm gonna continue to work. I have other jobs that I can do. But yeah, that's the goal.
Do it while you're still healthy.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking. Yep.
Yeah, enjoy life.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Next up is the assessor.
Good afternoon, everybody.
It's still morning.
Good morning, everybody.
You just have already put in a 5 days
I
work.
Okay. You want 9 copies, right?
We need 7 here.
Yes. working very well.
That's okay, you could just also send them all around and we would give you the extras.
And then one goes in the box, right?
Well, the extras,
Two
any
can go-
extras, yeah.
Extras go in the box.
You want one there?
Yes, please.
Got one in the box.
All right, thank you.
Derek says he's gonna recycle the paper.
Well, that's what the
kidding.
box is.
We've got the recycling policy in place, right? All right, you want one extra?
Yeah.
We'll have one more. All right, and if you would,
Did
please-
everybody get one? Did I do? Okay.
Yep.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I didn't
Good.
forward it down.
Oh, we need another one, I'm sorry, we need another one back for Don.
That's what it was.
Okay. And if you would, please just introduce yourself for the record and
Sure.
please begin.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jackie Nichols. I'm the Director of Assessing. I have not been here 30 years. I've only been here a decade. And so I guess that makes me a short timer at 10 years.
Apparently.
My presentation is relatively short. It's not much different than what you see every other year from me, but let me hit some of the highlights. The first page is the actual assessment budget, and you can see the history over the past few years. Derek? Of what we have expended and been and asked for. This year, we do have a couple of small changes that I'd like to go over with you. Our salaries here are estimated because we are having staffing changes. Last year, we had an unexpected retirement of a very experienced and wonderful lady. And this year, in April, we're going to be losing a 30-year veteran from our staffing. So that's both of those have kind of hurt. We're kind of going to be like the Patriots and rebuilding from the ground up. We have a clerk that we hired and started in November who's learning. And one of the clerks that was in the office has been promoted to Nancy's position, or the clerk, the head clerk, or assistant clerk 4 position. So we will be looking for another clerk come April, so if you know of anybody. So my salaries at this point are estimated based on what we think is going to happen, but that may change slightly. We don't have the longevity anymore, so that brings it down a little bit. As you follow down, you're going to see a dramatic reduction in the professional services, other professional line, which is usually around $17,000, and it's only 2 this year. That is a one-time deal. The $15,000 usually goes to cover our personal property discovery that has to be done every year. This year is a revaluation year. So that money is actually in the form of an RFP that is going to be done in an article separately. Okay, so that's why it's not showing up here. And then I have raised the tuition and the conferences just a little bit because I'd like to get our newer clerks out and exposed to the assessing education any way that we can in the coming couple of years. Losing 50 years of experience in 1 year has, kind of kicked us in the gut, but we'll be okay. As far as what the assessors do, our basic job is to maintain the database of all of the property data for the entire town, and that would be both personal property and real property. I also do the interim valuations myself in-house, so we save a little bit of money that way by not having an outside vendor come in every year to do the valuations. We do have a vendor come and do revaluation because there's just not enough staffing to undertake that in-house. Also, that gets some more sets of eyes on it as well. That's every 5 years now, and it's state mandated. It used to be every 3, but now that they're doing the interim adjustments every year and moving the values with the market every year, they've gone to a 5-year cycle. That is going to be this year, and that RFP is also out for bid at this time. Both the personal property and the real estate RFPs are due on February 29th. And those will be worked on this year, and those values will be the FY25 values that come from all that work.
So if I may just interrupt, Derek, how does that get reflected in the budget once we have those numbers?
The RFPs, you would have to pay for those separately. We'd be using from the release from the overlay or free cash. You're going to probably see a town meeting article
Okay.
on that.
Yes, and that article will be money in, money out, just for that particular endeavor. Also, we handle all of the excise tax on boats, on cars, and everything else that comes through. And in this town, there are a lot of boats.
And I understand those numbers are set by the state, is that right?
Yes, everybody basically pays the same rate based on what they own. They send us the lists, we process them, we try to cull out anything that we know somebody has sold or has duplicated or whatever, but again, these come from the state, so that actually takes us a lot of time to try to do. Also, we handle all of the abatements, and I handle the ATB processes for the town, unless I avail myself of the services of our town council and town administrator. I manage the pilots that we have put into place. And we do a lot of counter work in customer service. That's our main goal, is to give great customer service. Those are just some highlights of the 3 pages that I have put forth in front of you. The last page has our short but sweet organization chart. We have myself, the assistant assessor, Steve, who does a lot of things actually, but his main thing is to be out. He does all of our permit inspections and any other inspections that are done for abatements. He'll either go with me or do them, and he manages our growth spreadsheets that we report to the DOR. He also works with Renee on all of the chapter filings that we get every year, because we do have a lot of chapter land in this town that needs to be managed. In concert with the treasurer's office, we, with the Board of Assessors, work on the tax levy, and the Board of Assessors signs off on those forms for the DOR. And I spend a lot of time in Gateway, the DOR Gateway, submitting the forms and the numbers that they need and so forth. I work with John a lot on a lot of different issues, and let me just say, losing him is going to be a real kick in the, because he has been fantastic to work for and has really made my tenure here really, really good. So there's that. Does anybody have any questions, since I just glossed over this? And
I got a couple of questions, just from chatter from around town, let's say. A lot of people thing I see all the time is, gee, Walmart only pays this many dollars for taxes, my taxes are this. And I understand about the different rates and all that, but how are they assessed? I guess the question is, I know the same rate is,
Right now, we have a single tax rate.
Yep.
Okay, so everybody pays the same tax rate. However, the assessments are what make your taxes.
mhm.
And commercial properties are assessed as commercial properties, residential properties assessed as residential. You cannot put the two in the same category. The market doesn't mirror, like one does not always mirror the other. We have had a stretch of 4 or 5 years where the residential has just been through the roof, but the commercial has either been struggling or has remained mainly stable. Now, we have had some great new development in town. We've got a couple of car washes, we got some storage units going up, and we've gotten some new retail type development, which is still getting filled out, so to speak, with tenants. But we also have a lot of vacancies. The new car place in West Wareham that was just built, that big beautiful place, that's up for lease now. Mozilla's farm is vacant. There are vacancies up and down Cranberry Highway. The old D'Angelo sold, but it's vacant. So we have, some different things going on. So even though we have a lot of development happening, it doesn't necessarily translate into a huge increase in commercial values right away. As time goes on and we get incomes from these properties and these properties sell, then we'll be able to say, okay, here's a pattern. And with this pattern, we can raise our commercial land value or our commercial building values and so forth and so on. COVID knocked the wind out of a lot of the sales, but we're recovering now, but that's taken some time. I have looked at some of the income and expenses that have come in over the past couple of years to see if we have a trend in increasing rents and a real something, anything that would show me that we need to increase the valuations of the commercial properties. And what I've seen is if there's been any increase in rents, it's been modified by increasing expenses. As we know, we've also had, a bit of inflation, and that's hit everybody, not just residential, but also commercial. So yes, there is chatter around town. I am aware of it, and I have attempted to explain it as best I can, and will continue to do so, and anybody who wants to ask the questions.
You explained at an open meeting when the questions were arisen by some people in town. They came to one of your meetings, or?
Yes, I did have somebody come to a Board of Assessors meeting. I've also explained a lot of this at the tax classification hearing, and the article that came out recently about the taxes in Wareham Week also had a lot of that in it, and I thought it was actually a very good article. And some of my information was backed up by other people as well, so.
Yeah, 'cause I know you can have the dual tax rate, but the number I've always heard, and you guys could certainly address this, is you should have 20% commercial, give or take, before you went looking at a different rate for commercial, but there's not that big, and it also affects all small businesses. People need to understand that.
Yeah.
That little gift shop on the corner as well as the big store. But
Yeah,
that really wouldn't save a lot of money, but
No,
could hurt the
it-
businesses a lot.
Right, so when I present things at the tax classification hearing, one of the things that I do is put together a spreadsheet that kind of shows you if we move the tax rate this way, it'll, just to throw some numbers out there, because to be honest, I don't remember exactly what they were, will save the average residential $70, but it'll cost the commercial $300. And then if you do it the highest, it'll save maybe a couple of hundred for the residential, but costs 3,000 more or more for the commercial. And then we say, well, okay, well, maybe we can do small commercial exemptions. Well, then we have to, everybody has to apply, people have to meet certain criteria to do that. And it doesn't necessarily mean that they're gonna pass any savings on to their tenants either. So it gets pretty complicated, but it's not to say that someday a split rate wouldn't be right for this town. It's just that when we do a small commercial exemption, I don't think people realize that the money that gets shifted from there goes to the industrial. And we don't have hardly any industrial. So we don't have a whole lot of places to spread that burden out onto.
My point being, it would be a minimal savings to the residential tax rate, and you could really be hurting the ma and pa type place.
Anytime that we get a business to come into town is gonna help us as far as services for the residential and so forth. But it's always been my personal opinion that we need to encourage more industrial so that we can have more of an industrial base to help us spread out the burden should we ever decide to go with a split rate.
So if you see Carver, they've got a split tax rate, and there has been a tremendous amount of vacant commercial space there. And I'm not talking like our downtown, what we have, I mean, this is the big spots they thought would be a big commercial industrial, and it's not happening. And the feedback is the tax is being so high for that. So when you do that, if there's no real existing commercial tax base, it's panacea, it's fake, you know? So that's the type of thing you're looking at. So, you know, I kind of applaud the selectmen, because they could do the thing, say, hey, look what we did, and, you know, but they're actually considering all the aspects and thinking about it, so.
Yeah, with every action, there's a
Select board,
counteraction sometimes.
I'm showing my age here, select board, excuse me.
So Jack, maybe you already answered this. If you have two buildings side by side, and the land cost the same, the building build-out cost the same, the value, but there's different businesses generating different income and revenue and so forth. Does the revenue itself, is that factored into the valuation, or is it just the land and building?
We do not value the businesses. So you can say, well, that particular business has a lot of foot traffic and they get a lot of revenue, and this one next door, let's say it's a little liquor store or something, because we have a few of those in town, doesn't. The value is gonna be very similar, because it's the same building on the same lot. We do not value businesses. That gets valued in personal property. You know, so there's where we might take some personal property value from business personal property, but as far as the real estate is concerned, it is only the real estate. The only exceptions to those would be real estate that is valued in use, so to speak, where the personal property is kind of part of and has to be pulled out. And I'm not even gonna go there, but that's very, very, very specialized properties.
Okay, so it would be similar valuation then?
Sure,
Okay.
sure. But you cannot take a residential house and a commercial building and expect them to be exactly the same, because they won't, because they're not even constructed the same.
Question.
Sure.
You had spoken about commercial vacancies, and similar to your question, so you have one commercial building fully occupied next to another commercial building, same kind of building, and it's vacant. They're still paying the same taxes, correct?
They are, for the most part. If we have a plaza that is suffering some economic obsolescence because of the age of it, and they can't attract tenants and so forth, that may be reflected in their rents and their vacancy, and therefore their value. But all things being the same, side by each, and one's missing a tenant, they would be paying pretty close to the same, based on the value. Everything's based on what it's valued at.
Okay.
This year, when we have the revaluation, we're gonna be taking a very deep dive into all of the rates and tables and I&Es and everything, and recalibrating everything. So we'll see, based on what's happened in the past couple of years, whether that will translate into any differences. And then we'll also see what happened last year in the residential market. Is it still going up? Is it stabilizing? What's happening with that? Every year is like a brand new thing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And the valuations lag by more than a year, right? I mean,
Well,
because of just the timing of when you do this.
right, every assessment date is January 1st of any given year. So obviously, January 1st of 2022, we didn't know what the 2022 sales were gonna be, so we had to use the 2021 and so forth. So this year for FY '25, which is actually January 1st of '24, we will be using the '23 sales. So anything that's sold in 2023 is gonna be what we're looking at. As far as commercials are concerned, we will look a couple of years, because we obviously don't have very many commercial sales in any given year.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Jackie.
You're welcome.
All right, and at this point, we are, I guess, breaking for lunch.
Yeah, I think Patty should be back in with everybody, so
And we will reconvene at 12:30.
that sounds like a plan.
All right, thank you. We are reconvened, and we are starting with, this afternoon, with the library. Welcome, and if you would, I don't know if you have any written materials for us to pass out, and also identify yourself for the record, please.
Sure, Patrick Marshall, the director of the library, Wareham Free Library.
A couple of extra,
Yeah.
3 extra copies too. And, I should say that we are reconvening with everyone except Dom, who started.
If you want to take that one, it's okay.
If we need more, certainly have them. All right, so.
We need one more for Tom.
Oh, one more for Dom.
Have the piling stuff up for him.
He needs a couple of assistants, I think. All right.
So, just, I like to do every year, since it's my chance to get to see most of you, just talk a little bit about what we're doing at the library. Each year, I'm really proud of what the staff and the department is able to do. And on the blue sheet, it is just sort of a glance of what FY '24, or of the library at this state. A lot of the stats are based on FY '23, since we're in the current year, but our mission at the Wareham Free Library is to provide a comfortable and welcoming place that stimulates people's imaginations, creates young readers, and connects residents to the world. The vision is that we are a vital community hub where people and ideas come together. The library sustains itself through excellent customer service, careful stewardship of financial and physical resources, and attention to the ever-changing needs of the community. In FY '23, we circulated both hardcovers, ebooks, everything, 106,700 items, which is a 3% increase from FY '22. What makes me happy with that is, if you recall, in March we had a flood in the meeting room which shut us down for 2 weeks. March is one of our busiest months. And it also, we had the effects of that almost through April because people thought we were still closed. We dealt a lot with people thinking that the building was closed. So I didn't expect to actually increase over FY '22, and we really did. And you can see there the numbers. We do a lot in ebooks, downloadable ebooks, audiobooks, etc. And for the first 6 months of this fiscal year, we have circulated a little over 50,000 items. And again, we were closed pretty much all of October and November. And when I did a quick look, we're still only down about 2,000 items where we were at this time last year. It's been heavily used, which I like. A big thing with the library is that Wareham residents borrowed just under 20,000 items from other libraries in the Commonwealth. And we lent out just under 17,000 items to other libraries in the Commonwealth. This is a big part of the reason why we fight to keep certification, is that we are a net borrower in this town. We borrow more from other libraries in the Commonwealth than lend out. This is a benefit of being a certified public library in that Wareham residents are not limited to just Wareham materials. You essentially have a branch library and 331 other libraries throughout the Commonwealth. Library attendance, we had 52,500 people come through our building. You can see the biggest months were June, May, and October, and the slowest months, surprisingly to me, was July, but when I look back and realized we were also at that point trying to open the Spinney Library, but every hour the Spinney Library was open back in July of '22, we were closed at the main library, and that really did hamper services here. Our budget for this year is a little over $401,000, puts us at about 0.5% of the town budget total. And we rank 51st out of 54 communities in our population group, which is 15,000 to just under 25,000 people. The median municipal funding for libraries in our population group is just under 800,000. Staffing, we are currently at 220 hours per FTE based on a 40-hour work week, and we rank 53rd out of 54 communities, again, in our population group. We had volunteers is a tough stat to use. We have a number of volunteers who do not count their hours, and we can't seem to force them. But of the ones that were counted, we had 654 hours of volunteer time, and this equivalent to $25,630 of pay time, basically, that based on the national average of volunteer hours, the independent sector for the Northeast. You can see we have about 140,000 items in holdings. That includes online, in-person, etc. Programs, this is something that really impresses me. We had a 133 children's program with 4,000 people attending, and that is with a children's librarian staff of, well, one. We had 79 adult programs with 1,300 attendees. I won't read through the programs, but I usually like to list all the things that we do as a public library, and it's quite extensive. We are more than just Google, more than just grabbing a book and leaving. Certification requirements, as I mentioned earlier, we are in the 15,000 to 24,900 population group. We must be open a minimum of 50 hours per week over 5 days, including evenings and weekends. We must be open to all residents of the Commonwealth and make no charge for normal library services, employ trained library personnel, and lend to other certified libraries, and 15% of our budget must be spent on materials. The municipal appropriation requirement for FY25 is $383,000. The current budget as proposed is $413, so we're certainly within, without fear of certification. And then future thoughts and needs. You know, the staffing is extremely short. I can spend upwards of 50% of my time on the desk. The children's librarian does spend about 70% of her time on the circulation desk. If a staff person's out sick or on vacation, obviously scheduling becomes difficult. And at a minimum, you know, we would need at least 2 full-time employees to get us up to a bare bones staffing level, and to get the professional staff off the desk and able to do what it is they're really hired to do. Capital issues continue to be a priority. I know the town administration has worked a lot on that this year, and certainly everyone's aware of the needs of the capital improvement. And technology continues to be also an issue, trying to get the library up to where it should be technology-wise. Again, the tech department, IT department in town has been great. I think they're tired of me pulling down the pull-down new screen they just installed, which got rid of the 1970s show your home film screen that I fight with. I'm probably going to break it by keep pulling it, but we certainly continue to strive to work towards that as well. And then on the next sheet, I just like to show the value of the library based on the stats. And when I factor in things that I can get a quantitative amount, sort of a retail value, the library basically provides a 605% return on investment. For every dollar spent from the town to the library, the town is getting a little over $6 back in service. And as I like to say, we're the information place for the citizens of Wareham, providing cultural, recreational, educational resources. We're your library when you want it and where. Just sort of an overview of the library. Derek, if you got this or not. Thank you. Within the budget itself, you have the library chart. There are four full-timers, including myself, technical services librarian, reference librarian, and children's librarian. And we have 3 part-time 19-hour a week library assistant positions, 2 of which are funded by the foundation. And we have 1 part-time 10 hours that also acts as a sub. Should somebody be out, they have 9 hours to fill in during the week. And that too is also funded by the foundation. Some things that we are unable to do was asked of us. There's a number of things that basically the staffing that we're doing programming right now is limited. As mentioned, with the children's librarian on the desks 50 to 75% of her time, she's limited to the number of story hours she can do. Currently, she is averaging about 47 kids in a story hour on Tuesday evenings, which is a little too many for one person to be dealing with, but at the same time, trying to figure out a time to have another story hour that staff's available to cover is a little difficult. The Stone Research Room, if you're not familiar, in the back portion of the library, it really is truly a premier collection of Wareham history, local history that's in the back room, and it has been closed for quite a number of years now. It's pretty much by appointment only, and it kind of will stay that way. The room's a bit of a disaster right now without being able to be put in. The Spinney Memorial Branch in Onset is currently closed and would stay closed for the time being, just again, a lack of staff. able to run it, because right now, any hour that that's open, the main library has to close, and we've already seen it's been a detriment to the good progress we've been making over here. And it also needs a lot of updating too, where it hasn't had a lot of attention. The resources there are certainly behind what we would have here. Community outreach, I always like to say the library's more than just the four walls of the building, as I think many of the town departments are. We're just not, shouldn't be in the four walls anymore. We should be out into the community where the residents are, and of course, staffing does make that difficult, because you do have to have at least 2 or 3 people in the building, at the very least for safety's sake. Staff education, same thing, it does get difficult to send staff even just off desk to go and take a look at upgrade trainings and etc. And the library collection, maintenance, and new trends. Similar argument I'm sure that you've heard from a lot of departments. Again, just trying to maintain sort of the extras and getting beyond the day-to-day, going through the collection, and we do keep up with new materials, but it's important to also go through the shelves and take off the material that's out of date. And little things like that that people don't think of, but sort of the behind the scenes that you don't see all the time are some of the difficulties with the short staffing. And with that, sort of my quick overview of what we've been doing, and then I can certainly go over the budget itself if you'd like.
You use any senior tax?
No, and the reason being for that is just we haven't had the opportunity to really get, we have a good core of volunteers. I don't know if I have enough for them to do without the opportunity to really train them to do what they're doing. Yeah. Some of that also is the sales network. Part of being a network is volunteers are not allowed to work behind the desk as far as on the system, checkouts, check-ins, etc. And we do have enough right now volunteers that do come in to help us with shelving, cleaning the library, etc. And so I haven't made use, I intend to as time goes on, but again, the past 2 years getting my feet wet with learning the system and getting us sort of back on our feet from being closed with COVID, I just haven't made use of the volunteers yet from the senior program.
Other questions? Do you have any kind of a formal relationship with the schools?
Not necessarily formal. I think we have a good working relationship with the schools as far as trying to come up with programs. For example, we are in March working with the, and I'm totally blanking on his name right now, which is bad, but the science teacher from the high school. We're going to be doing some eclipse programs. He's going to come and set up his telescope as long as the weather's clear each Wednesday afternoon, and then give a talk on the upcoming eclipse. So we are working with them with the April 8th eclipse. I know that the children's librarian is working with the sort of Beyond School grant. I don't know the title, I keep thinking of what it was called on the Cape, but they're able to do some of the programs at the library, the STEM programs. So we have a good working relationship with them. There's nothing in formal setting, but as things come up, we do work pretty well with them.
The teacher's name is Mr.
Yeah, exactly.
Mr. Nobringer?
No. Totally, he's head of the astronomy club too, which I didn't know the school had until he came up. But unfortunately, we met the day before I left on vacation a week ago, so everything was just kind of rushed, and it was like, yes, that sounds great, let's do it. I'm out of here, see you later.
I would never criticize someone for forgetting a name. All right, any other questions? I have, I guess, one other question. I am so confused about the relationship between the library trustees, the Friends of the Library. Can you explain sort of who does what?
So there's they use the expression of a three-legged stool, which I think is great. All three hold up the library itself. I kind of alter that a little bit. The trustees sort of assist me with policy. They advise me with policy and kind of help me with sort of how the library runs. The Friends are, the Friends and Foundation both run the library. The way I view it is, the Friends are kind of cool. They get to fund the programs that people look for and see, and they just think, yeah, that's the high school, that's the cool club. They fund the museum passes. They help us with materials. They pretty much do pay a lot for the Spinney maintenance and whatnot. Every summer reading program you see happening, the Friends support that. The Friends do a lot of the outreach like that. They get the cool stuff. And then the foundation, they're the ones behind the scenes. Without them, we don't function, but they kind of help supplement the budget. So they are paying for, as you saw, the part-time staffers, the majority of that. They do help pay when, especially last year when utilities went up a lot more than expected. They pretty much covered the last 2 months of utilities for the library. They, they don't get the public visualness that you want, but without them, we're not functioning. Without the part-time staff, we're not open the 50 hours a week to be certified. Without them, we have no heat in the library, although sometimes that occurs anyways, whether we pay it or not, depending on if the heat's working. So that's sort of, they do the bigger things, if you will. The Friends kind of do a lot of the programs and the things that the town wouldn't be paying for anyways, but again, they help make the library what it is.
Appealing.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, if no one has any other questions.
And then, like I said, if you have questions with the budget, it was pretty self-explanatory, I thought. Most of it is utilities, some slight increases requested in data processing, but that is a lot of that goes to paying for our membership to sales, which is looking at an increase next year as well, too.
All right, thank you, Patrick.
I have one question.
Yeah.
The Spiny Library, if that's open, the main library has to shut down?
Yes,
Did
I don't have the staffing to do both.
Okay.
So
okay.
for every hour Spinney is open, the
Okay,
main
so
library
it's a
has to be closed.
staffing
There's no way I can do both at the same time.
Okay.
And what we have found, even the 2 months that we were all at Spinney for the work being done here, the best example I can give is in November of this year, we were open 3 weeks there, only 1 week here. And the number of people that came through Spinney Library, the door count at Spinney for the 3 weeks was 867 people. We were open 1 week at the main library, we had 760. And circulation, again, 3 weeks at Spinney, we circulated just hard materials, not ebooks or anything. 2,300 items. The 1 week we were open here at the main library, when we got back, we circulated 2,200. So there's a lot of momentum with the main library right now that I just don't want to break. And as you saw too in the stats I gave, there were 3,000 something people for the month of February, or July last year, which really surprised me that, wow, that should be one of our busiest months of the year. Well, the door count for this past July was 4,500. So you can see what the effect of not having that open the regular hours it should be had back in 2022.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have the
Don't mind taking one.
substitute town clerk.
Yes, I am not the town clerk, I am Eric Sullivan, town administrator. Well, you can't see
I
me
don't think we
here.
can, do you mind
I don't
moving
mind,
up here?
yeah, I think the WCTV can see me.
That's probably more important.
Yeah, and there's nobody watching that.
So, again, not the town clerk, Derek Sullivan, town administrator. And I'm presenting for the town clerk. I do have some information. As you know, Deb Gremo, our current town clerk, is retired and still helping us out. Today, we did bring in an interim town clerk for approximately 6 months.
one of the difficult things is during this cycle, which is going into the presidential election, a lot of folks, those that we interviewed, did not really want to leave their towns at this time, which would leave them in a lurch, which is, you know, difficult for us, but I think commendable for them too, because they are a dedicated group, I'll tell you that. I won't use the term cult. They're a dedicated group. So we will be bringing in Miss Lisa Johnson in for the position. She's served as town clerk in a few other communities, has been an assistant town clerk, and we see where that'll take us. After the interim time, we will be posting towards the end of that for the position, and we'll see what happens with it.
So it could be that we extend the interim if need be, because that'll be before the presidential election.
Correct, yeah, and that's why you want to do it months before that, so there's opportunities, so people can straighten out their schedules and such. So, the town clerk's department, you have the town clerk, you have the assistant town clerk, and then department assistant. Within there, I think it's a senior department assistant. You also have, they have help staffing wise, they utilize senior work off. There's Donna, the retired assistant town clerk, who comes back and does some work as well. And then they also have the poll workers, they've got the, you know, so there's a large group. Do not ask me how many poll workers, because you will swear in 50 of them, how many you'll get to work on any given time, but that's sort of the setup. So what they have is there's a total of 3 budgets that fall under this. You know, the reason we don't really put them all together is you want to be able to see what each thing costs, because you've got the town clerk, so that's their department. Then you've got elections and registrations, and then you've got town meeting. You know, town meeting could probably fall under there. It's such a small budget, but we've always broken it out. So, page 1, town clerk, you know, the salaries are contractual and obviously an estimate of what we're going to see. It is, the rest of the staffing in there are fairly new, all of them with less than 2 years with the town. So the going to expenses, the major change you'll see is on the other purchase services. You heard about the poll pads before. Those come with subscriptions as well as the tabulator, and that's what's bringing the increased costs, and obviously some other supplies and such. So the other thing is the recommendation of Deb Gremo is putting some more money into conferences as we have such new staffing within the department and helping them get trained and learning. Because town clerk is one of those positions where you have to know things to be good at it. You have to be trained for it. You can't just walk into it cold, really. So if you had support staff that had been there for 20 years, it would be easier to maybe have somebody come in at the top that's not as experienced. But with new staffing as well, that would be a difficult transition. And those would really be the changes to the department of the actual town clerk. Next page, the elections and registrations. You'll obviously see an increase. That's with the presidential election. There's a lot of extra costs for that because you're holding a whole nother election cycle through there. So that's where you see these increases in the 2025 request and some additional others that Deb had placed in there. So I didn't see anything really out of line. You'll see some years you go up higher. If you pulled back to like the one of the other elections back in was it 2020 or so, the cycles there, you would have seen you've got the spike. So as the presidentials come in, you have a spike in cost and then it goes down.
Now, are the poll pads under other purchase service under elections and registration, or just the general department?
General department.
Okay.
So that's they play. That's where she said she was putting the subscription. So you could probably go with either way. You know. So And then the other one is town meeting, and that's our town meeting. You've got the checkers and also the counters, and there are some of the other associated costs with town meeting. This is also, you pay for the moderator out of here. Their, you know, their whopping salary, I think, or $120
it's
per diem.
crazy.
And you see the amount of time that leads up to it. I believe they earn roughly sweatshop, earnings. So this is so really important, obviously, the integrity of the office and getting everything done with it. So it's that's why we've been trying to find what we had. And as I said before, we had somebody that was ready to go and could not leave there. They felt they were leaving their town in a lurch. So.
Well, better to be doing it right now than in another several months. So.
Right. So our concern obviously was we wanted to have somebody for the for March, for running up to the elections. So.
Questions? All right.
Oh.
Thank you,
Yes,
Derek.
and I did not have the hubris to say I'm the town clerk, and
All right. So that takes us to Select Board, Administration, General Services, Legal, Sick Leave, Benefits, Medical and Life Insurance, and Retirement. And we will hear from our Town Administrator, Derek Sullivan, on that.
So administration, I did include the select board staffing in here when you look at it, so, but purely for my office, the office of the town administrator, you have your full staffing of it is myself and Ms. Neal. So you've got the town administrator and administrative assistant to the town administrator. So the, Patty and I were talking about trying to describe what our office does. And, we've gone from Department of Mental Health to the Department of everything. So, Patty specifically, booking all the rooms, any complaints, everything goes through. The accidents, through the insurance company, they all filter through our office. Procurement all filters through our office. We go through all the contracts, and any of the school contracts greater than $50,000 come through our office. It's a lot of work to be done. Patty also she's really still classified as the project coordinator, because I used to have the project coordinator. You used to have an administrative assistant to the town administrator. You used to have somebody for the town before that, even had procurement on there as well. So those things had sort of gone by the wayside. But Patty also was trained from Inspectional Services Department, from some of the others. So when there are windows down, Patty will often help out. She also directs people, and she's kind of a history buff, so there's a lot of time she spends researching. I've watched Patty help somebody, a veteran, get services in Providence, calling over there. So she's pretty amazing and dedicated. And
She was also very, very helpful in getting our Finance Committee report done for the October town meeting.
Thanks.
Really appreciated that.
So let's go, so we'll go through. The first step is the administration, and you'd see the salaries, again, Patty and myself, and the changes are just contractual. It's an executive session now, but there's been a discussion about a new contract as well, and that reflects the estimates along the way. Really, we're keeping all the costs the same. We've got the dues and memberships, the Mass Municipal Association, National City Managers, rental leased equipment, the copier that's in there that Barbara uses, Patty myself, that's the copier. Advertising, sometimes for the procurement, we're putting some of the advertising out. Cellular, that can be bumped up to 500, that's the town cell phone for myself, and really it's just purchased services. I haven't put travel reimbursement in here. I haven't gone to any of the ICMA conferences in ever. I started with this town about 13 years ago, and serving for about 12 years as the town administrator. So there's been some really nice conferences out in San Diego or Austin, but I just haven't felt that it's quite right to go. So and again, the dues and memberships really are just what's coming in. Select board, you will see a change. The select board has a 1.5 FTEs. The chairperson of the select board has been flogging me, for lack of a better term, to get at least another half person in there, or just however it works out. I did tell her that she needed to be in here to explain it to you, but she popped in and disappeared, so you must look ferocious today. Look, there's a lot of work to be done in there. It is sort of difficult because it's there's a lot of need for every department. So it's the amount of licenses they run, the liquor licenses, everything.
The dog hearings.
The dog hearings, the town meeting, putting those together. You know, it's obviously, you saw last year where if there's one thing that's missed, you know, you can get complaints, so it's really keeping things in line, and like anything, reporting's just gotten harder, so. And we're keeping we increased last year their costs, with Selectman Slavin, if you will, retiring. And we should have, I don't think we need to increase because there'll be a lot less travel and conferences. He left, of course. Are there any questions on this? General services are several things. That's the main copier in the mailroom. That's utilized. That's utilized for bulk reports, for a lot of different items, and that's your equipment and rentals. Also within that 10,000 is the mail machine, the actual lease for the mail machine. All told, it's close to about 9,000. There's everything's supposed to be covered out of there, so I have put the 10,000 just in case there's any run on, because no matter, with every copier lease we've ever done, off the state bid list, off everything, it's worse than the worst used car salesperson you've ever met. There's always a hook, there's always something in there, and somehow you're always running over the minimum they told you would never run over.
You have the fee.
Yeah, so the postage is the postage. That's not just postage from the town hall, that's sending out the billings from PKS for tax bills, for the some of the other the excise, and so it's really a massive amount. I've increased it a little bit. We know that the postage has increased. We also we're supposed to be getting a bulk rate on these that was a little cheaper, and we're trying to work that out. That's the after a few threats of come get the machine, I think it's working out. And then there's some other items like buying the paper for the copy machine in there, and that's really for them. So about 87,500, and it's a lot of money for the postage, but those are the costs of doing business.
How are we doing with getting people to opt out of receiving a paper bill?
They don't. Yeah.
I do.
Yeah. So for the most part, you know, it's some of them you don't even know, because if it's going to their to their mortgage company and
Right.
such. Some of them haven't afforded, so. Yeah, that's the, I think I've been seeing the trend of a lot more things being done online. Like I talked about the windows, not, why maybe staffing on the windows isn't what you guys see as important going forward. For paying your bills online too, one of the things we've done is, while you still have the credit card processing fee like you do for most anywhere else, if you pay with a check, the town eats the 25-cent cost to make it, that's just sort of a little bonus because people complained about the 25-cent cost, so we're letting them know it is free to pay online. You know, and I think that's, for me, that's the cleanest way for because they said, well, I want a receipt. So you get a receipt right then and there. So there's no better way to prove that you've paid something. We know there's some people that either don't have access or are unable to utilize it, but if you are, it's a great system.
Must have been my water bill. I thought I paid 50 cents for using a check.
Oh, you shouldn't, not with us.
The water department.
I think that is true on the water bill.
Yeah, I didn't realize you guys ate the.
We're all right over here on this side.
Wonderful.
They're trying.
These are the employee benefits. We've kind of gone over it before. You know, I'm still seeing some changing in the medical, and you know, so I think that would be. And we've had a couple updates from the town insurance, like I said, with the mid-year workers' comp audit based on some of the salary changes, and even though our experience and our mods haven't been bad, but there was a substantial increase, but that's based on prior fiscal years audit of actual, you know, versus the what you've paid out. The tough thing with that is you can have people that have retired, received a certain amount, and you filled their position. It's almost like they're double counting those salaries, and you explain it, and they said, nope, that's the methodology. So, so really not too much else on here. But this is, you know, some of this really isn't quite benefits like the general liability, but everything else. And you'll see unemployment. We've gone away from budgeting unemployment, and we just put it, we take out free cash and put it into the article every year because you don't know if you'll have 25,000 or 400,000. Listening to what's happening with the school department, we'll probably, I think we've got about 200,000+ left set aside. We'll probably put another 200,000 set aside.
And this is really the second largest item in the budget, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. When it comes down to this, and we almost call them the fixed costs. They call them shared costs or fixed costs. This is, when building the budget, you've got your expenses. This is the one bucket you put in there, and all your revenues go against that. Then you start going to the departments, and the school is a department of the town, so including them, because this is where you start off with, because you have no wiggle room on these, really.
You know, you said the unemployment, not knowing sure about the schools. What is there something behind that I'd like to know? Or you'd rather
Sure.
not discuss it?
Sure, they can talk to you about their budget.
Okay,
You know?
all right,
It's,
that's fair.
We know that what we're projecting for them to receive within the budget is not what they requested from their amended request as well. And I think, like us, they had a big shock when we saw the state aid. But given this is the state aid number, what we've received today, I can't trust that even if the legislature or the House Ways and Means budget comes out, even if that were higher, how can we make the adjustment, because we don't know what the finalized one is. And it used to be you could set your clock by it. The Patrick administration would give you a budget that was too generous. The Governor Baker's administration would give you a budget that's pretty much right in line. That's it's good. The governor's budget is basically what you are gonna receive. Sometimes you'd get the legislature would put a couple extra tweaks in there to your benefit. So trying to figure out the Healy administration, because I don't see the legislature rescuing it given on the collections of what we're seeing. And ironically, the only state collection that's doing better than estimated is the fair share tax, the millionaire's tax, if you will. But that they're using to fund new programming in community colleges for free tuition, which is admirable, but it's, I speak about it ad nauseum. Go to Maslow's hierarchy of needs. DESE is your base of the pyramid, and you need to take care of those kids before you can worry about the next phases. That's the way I look at it. So, unfortunately, just like what we were sold, but through the Canvas legislation of the impact fees and everything, and then the Cannabis Control Commission comes along in the Commonwealth. How do you say it? Screws it up for everyone. We were sold that those fees would be the towns, and that's why, I think you got people that maybe were not in favor for it or did not care for marijuana, but said, hey, if it's going to help the community, and for them to take away those impact fees and retroactively as well, I think it's a sin.
Looking at the budget that you got the 25th of last month.
Yeah.
And I just read recently that they're really looking at the revenues for February, and I'm really concerned. Not to hit it's the beginning of the month, I get it, but do you see those numbers holding, or you think they're, what would be your best guess? And I know it's a guess.
Yeah, I think, I'm going to do a little bit of a segue to get back to that, if it's okay. This year, we had 9 C cuts, which I don't think many people know. The governor cut the budget, but it was only the earmarks, 50% of the earmarks.
Well, Council on Agents took a big hit from that too, though, didn't they?
For some of their earmarks, that was,
Okay.
So what my belief is you'll start seeing programming grants and things like that take the hits before the rest of this, because this is it's pretty tight right now, and there will be some saber rattling, and you'll hear, and there'll be political speeches that you'll hear that you can take care of outsiders, but you can't take care of your children, and I think that's what you're going to, those will be the types of things, and it's tough, right? But that's what you're going to hear through. So I would not see it going any lower. Maybe that's me for the first time being more hopeful than but that's
Mr. Optimistic?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's not like we can do anything about it.
No.
Right. There's hits that have come, and there's payments that need to be made, and you need to move on from that. So you'll see the retirement contribution as well. You're going to see a couple of the numbers. We thought that it was going to be a little bit higher because of the what John was talking about earlier, because if you remember last year through Plymouth County, the retirees got an extra, I think it was a $300 increase, and that's $300 not monthly over the year, and there'll be an impact to that. So that's why I was just sort of updating that one. The legal budget, you're going to see an increase. It will be for, I believe there'll be some contractual increase, plus we're going into renegotiating a lot of contracts. So almost all of our contracts will be coming up after 2025.
So this is town council and outside council?
Town council and labor council, so.
Do we have labor council on retainer, or do we pay by the hour?
But this is hourly. Town council is a flat fee, and then labor council is their retiring. It also, there's a lot of time you'll have investigations, you'll have DLR hearings, you'll have a lot of things.
You don't always know what's going to happen in a given year.
So that's why I think bringing this up is, I think it's prudent. And we're still, I mean, I'd like to give credit to this Board of Selectmen, especially after, over the last 10, 12 years. You were seeing sometimes triple the amount in legal fees beforehand. So this board's done a nice job. I know that was one of their focuses to, yeah. I think the idea that the Board of Selectmen needed to be the hatchet people went by the wayside, so.
For now.
So, so I don't know if there's any questions on.
Any questions?
So before we do that, I will, and I apologize, I just want to pull this up. Give you a bit of good news. We went through and had to, a meeting with the S&P Global Rating Agency a few weeks ago. And that's over the $3 million borrowing for a sewer project. So as part of it, they assigned a rating to that bond, but they also affirmed our bond rating, kept us at AA+, which is really excellent. It's been the highest the community's ever had, so we're very proud of it. We work hard on it. And just their credit rating overview, well, the credit overview. Our rating reflects the strength of Wareham's fiscal financial performance, including increasing reserves, supported by strong management and a growing tax base. The town is a primarily residential community. I think we heard that earlier. That benefits from participation in the Boston metropolitan statistical area, which we consider broad and diverse. So they're considering us in the sort of coronasphere of Boston. They're not talking about us being in the Boston for the housing, if you will. But the Wareham has produced strong operating results during the past several fiscal years, supported by predictable revenue, including property taxes that accounts for about 60% of general fund revenue, as well as the town's conservative approach to budgeting and financial management. So we're, what we've been doing, this is the support of the Finance Committee as well as the Board of Selectmen and the residents of this community. It's been working, so.
The department heads for working with what they got.
Yeah.
Is that something you can share with us?
I need them to, this is the draft, they should be, once they print it, we're allowed to. It's still got the confidential on there, but they said I could say the rating. But I would say, downside scenario, we could lower the rating if the town were to draw on fund balance without a plan to restore it due to budgetary performance pressure from debt, pension, OPEB, or other costs. So when we're told we have too much in our reserves and we need to draw down on it, all you're going to do is increase our costs.
I'm thinking that might be.
What reserve would that stabilize?
Stabilization fund, some of the other ones. If you could take out of you can take out of your OPEB stabilization fund and use it for your health at any time. Actually, you could vote to take that out. So those are the items.
That would be a good sign then,
No.
taking it out of.
Yeah.
Because we'd have to put it back, right?
Right. Well,
You gotta get it from somewhere.
we have about, we've got $1.5 million on a $113 million obligation. I think it's a little premature to draw down those.
I think everyone should be able to see that. I'm just thinking that might be good to include in the Finance Committee report.
All right, so we can bring it out. It's the, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Audience. Thank you, Derek.
Yeah.
I appreciate how much you do with what you've got.
Well, it's the department heads and we've got the support of the boards and committees, which is great.
Yeah,
So,
but you're keeping everyone on track, and that's good.
well, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, next up is Human Resources.
I keep wanting to say good morning, thank
I
goodness
know.
it's not. Good afternoon.
I'm ready for the nap. And if you wouldn't mind just stating your name and position for the record.
Absolutely. Doreen Allen, England. I've been the HR director for 7 years with the town and the assistant town administrator for approximately 3+ years for the town. So I think all of you know HR, what we do, but I'll just run over some things that you might not know. We do all the hiring, the posting, the pre-employment physicals, drug testing, training, benefits. We do the unemployment, FMLA, workers' comp, investigations, and I'm also a member of the collective bargaining team. So my department does an enormous amount of work with 2.5 people. I'm full-time. My benefits coordinator who handles all the benefits for the town and the school, health insurance, dental, life, disability, and she also is the program wellness coordinator, is full-time. She does an amazing job at everything she does. And then we have a part-time clerical who's our floater. She is our town superstar. 2 years ago, we brought her on to kind of float because we're short-staffed in some departments. I'm sure you've heard from a lot of department heads about staffing issues. So we decided, let's train somebody in all the departments and float and cover vacancies, cover special projects, absences, illnesses, and she is amazing. Every department head tries to poach her from me. No one's gonna get her. But this year, we're hoping to make her full-time. You know, so you will see my budget reflects a full-time position. It's approximately increased about $22,000 a year, but she keeps the departments open. You know, if we have someone call out, we only have one clerical, instead of putting a sign on the door saying closed for the day, she can handle it. So.
And she comes under your budget, but she
Yes.
works for other departments.
Yes, I wish I could use her, but I can't be selfish. So every day she hits a different department. Right now she's working part-time in town clerk's office and part-time in water pollution. If assessors need her, I'll pull her for a day, put her in assessors. There isn't one department that she hasn't worked in, and she knows the job. So cross-training is amazing, and it's really helped out. Really helped out.
If we could clone her, we would.
Absolutely. Yeah, one for every department. So that being said, my budget, the total salaries is $252,828. It does reflect an increase with collective bargaining increases, the full-time position, and a very small $3,000 budget for overtime for my benefits coordinator. We have just been getting killed with federal, state reporting, and the projects are huge, and it takes a lot of time to do. You know, we give comp time, then they have to take the days off to use the comp time and get behind. So a small overtime budget in my department would help immensely.
Doreen is, she's ineligible for overtime, so nothing is towards Doreen.
Nothing. Nope. Nope. It would solely be for my benefit coordinator and maybe, you know, the floater. We're thinking 37.5 should be enough, but if there's a big project or a number of people out, we could use it for her also. My expenses have stayed the same for the last 4 or 5 years. I do all the pre-employment testing for physicals and drug and alcohol. You'll see drug and alcohol $3,500, physicals $5,750. The tuition and conferences is for training. I do go for 1 or 2 conferences. They're very inexpensive, $100, $200, but most of that money is used to train the staff. You know, discrimination and harassment prevention, professionalism in the workplace. We try to use as many free training services as we can. We get a lot through Maya or Mayflower Municipal, but some we do have to pay for. So that's for the training. Advertising, printing, I try to do everything free, but $500 each is very minimal. It covers some of the printing and some of the advertising for the upper positions, the directors that I just need to get on a paid site, you know, to generate some resumes. Office supplies, $17.50 is the bare minimum just for basically paper and pens. So a total budget, $269,828. I have attached the org chart with the 3 employees. And any questions on any of that?
Any questions? I have none.
No? All right.
Thank you, Doreen.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
She doesn't drone on like I do.
All right, next is inspectional services.
So, thanks, all, we're running early.
We are, how can this be?
Ahead.
I hope the
Yeah.
chief of police is available.
I think I'll take one, can we just pass them this way?
Thank you.
Thanks.
And if you could just identify yourself for the record.
Sure. Paul Turner,
Inspectional Services Director, Building Commissioner, Zoning Enforcement Officer.
Thank you. And what do you have for us today?
I did put together a memo or letter. I could read that to you if you like, or if you'd like to look through it first, if you have any questions.
You know, if you want to just quickly summarize what your department does and.
Okay,
what
sure.
you're
So
asking for.
we're responsible for building, plumbing, gas, permitting in town, with the inspections that obviously go with those different permits and activities. I myself are in charge of enforcing zoning, determination letters,
And how do you do that? How do you enforce?
oh, if
zoning?
someone applies for a permit, so we'll do a plan review, so maybe they might be encroaching the setback on the side, in the rear, they might be over on the floor area ratio of the property. So the ZBA here in town, the Zoning Board of Appeals is very busy. So I sit in on those meetings twice a month. They meet on Wednesdays, and yeah.
So you might receive a complaint from someone about a problem.
As far as complaints, yes, so that would be something that they file online in a permitting process. They'll put in a complaint. I will take a look at it, go out to the site, assess it, talk to the people where that it's happening at, and see if we can just resolve it right there by speaking. If not, we go through a process of sending them different letters of violation. So this year, we're also implementing a new ticketing program that if it gets to the point where I have to fine them, the fines will go towards the property, not towards the person. So I think it's gonna be very effective.
Can you shut a project down, let's say you walked into a new building?
Sure.
Yeah? You tell the guys, put their hammers down, this has gotta be
Absolutely,
fixed?
depends on what they're doing. Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah,
understand that.
numerous times.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I wouldn't have guessed
Could be-
that.
Oh, yeah,
sure can.
definitely.
Red Brook Road.
Yeah.
Huh?
Red Brook Road. Did that a couple times.
Yeah, so they insulated one building in the rear without having it inspected, and they tried the game of, oh, we'll take down a couple walls, you can take a look. The engineer saw it, said, no, empty the whole building. So that's the only way to keep control of the town. And it's worked so far. I've been there a year and a half, and I feel that the department is in control of what's going on.
We'll keep you, Paul.
What's it?
We'll keep you.
Can you tell us about your staffing?
Yeah, so things have changed a little bit. The department went online, in 2019. So we're into the fourth, fifth year of it. So what that has eliminated is a lot of people coming to the public counter and a lot of people calling on the phone, et cetera, like that. So if you read through the memo that I
sent you out, given you. The assistant, to stay busy right now, she's taking on more responsibility. She's doing plan review, she's giving advice at the counter, she's very well versed in FEMA, the building code. I supervise, I listen from the other room if anytime, you know, she gets above something that she shouldn't be talking about, we take care of it together. But, so she wants to be a building inspector. She went and got her construction supervisor's license from the state of Massachusetts, passed on the first time. So I was very impressed. So the dynamics of the department's changing. So I'd like to make that position the assistant part-time, 19 hours, and create a new full-time position. Obviously, it would have to be posted, but that would help with the new ticketing program that the administrator's implementing. Take care of public safety. The 3 families, all in town and above, all by law need to be inspected at least once every 5 years. That has been done, but not on a real regular schedule, which that would be I'd be happy to get that going. So, again, so it is, and it wouldn't increase the budget, because we're lowering the full-time assistant to 19 and creating this position over here. And I think it would be same amount of people, or actually getting a new person, but same amount of money, but we're gonna have much better use of the department's resources, yeah.
Now, there's a couple big projects going on in town, obviously down there, and do you end up spending a lot of time there, or you have people spending a lot of time? I'm not saying you personally, but
So
do you have to go in, I mean, there's a lot of different buildings
I
going up.
usually go when there's an issue. So Mr. Stewart, the local inspector, he's very thorough, very knowledgeable. He's been working for the town for 10 years. He's right by the book, we keep everyone in line. But once in a while, there is gonna be an issue, and I do go down. So I have had issues with the Woodland Cove project, and just a couple other unpermitted work being done by the contractors that come in town and think they can rehab and flip a house in a week or 2 weeks and do it without permits. So that's when I usually step in.
But these big projects, this may not be a safe statement to make, they usually hire pretty reputable contractors, so they usually do it by the book, or they have their issues also.
The mechanics that these big companies are using, it's all about price. Okay. And it's unfortunate, and the trades really aren't being trained correctly. But that's our job to make sure that it's at least the minimum of building code. We can't control quality.
All right, would you mind just sort of doing a brief overview of your numbers? This is the last page of your handout.
Okay.
Just highlight any changes and why the changes are there from last year.
If you see expenses other professional, that is for overtime for the plumbing, electrical, and gas inspector. So if the fire department has an issue at night, they need the power shut off or the gas shut off, they call these inspectors, they get out of bed and they go and perform that. So it's very active down here in Wareham. And that also covers if they want to take a day or 2 off. So by law, we have to perform the inspections within a certain amount of days.
And under salaries, the increase there is this new half-time position you were talking about? Or is that something else?
No, the salaries, they've only increased from the contractual.
Contractual, okay.
That's all, yeah.
Okay, any other questions?
Oh, when you get a project, permit, they start with you to get the permit for a building, so forth?
Yeah.
What, then, how does it get from you to maybe the zoning board or the planning board? Does it depend on the size of the project?
No,
or-
no, it would be a review by myself, so I'd check it for, all the zoning dimensional requirements it has to meet.
Yeah.
And then just, if it's in the correct zone, correct use in the correct zone. And if it's not, I'll write them your permit's being denied because of, and I'll quote out the section. And by right, they can appeal my decision to either the ZBA or I'll send it to the planning board, depending on what it is.
Okay, so it goes to you, and then depending
Yeah.
on it goes
Yeah,
either.
it's not like
either
I
way,
can
yeah.
absolutely say, no, you can't do this.
Yeah.
So you could propose almost anything, and I would have to give you a denial letter. And then it'd be your option if you'd like to proceed and appeal it.
Do all projects that either go before the planning board and the ZBA basically start with you, though?
They have to.
They have to, right.
Yeah, so,
Because you get their initial permit?
So for them to file a application, they need a denial letter from the building department. Yeah, it's a good check and balance.
Yeah.
So any project that ends up in front of the planning board or ZBA, you've said no to?
Correct. Most of them.
Interesting.
Some of them might go directly to the planning board, for example, knowing
Some,
that they
some of
need
those,
to.
yeah.
Or like a
Anything,
solar project,
yeah,
so.
but anything to the zoning board of appeals definitely came through our office.
All right, any other questions? Thank you, Paul.
Okay.
Thank
Let you get back to work.
All right.
All right, next we have Council on Aging.
Sure.
This is Darren here?
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, did I short
You
you?
need a couple
Sorry,
more,
I
yes.
have plenty.
Yeah, we need one more.
Oh, empty seat over there.
Yeah,
sorry.
we're collecting for someone else.
Not a
We're actually
very good
collecting.
start when the council
put
on
one
aging
in.
director can't count seats, so, sorry.
You know, you've got a lot to count. Please,
Well,
introduce yourself for the
yes,
record.
absolutely. So I'm Sharon Rice. I'm the director of the Council on Aging. Very happy to, with just a couple of exceptions, you're all new faces to me, and I assume the same way to you. So I'm very happy to be here and meet all of you. And to thank you for your investment and support of the COA. To say that we have grown since I started would be an outright lie. We have actually exploded. So I hope you'll bear with me. I'm going to just throw some numbers at you to kind of tell you where we are. And with a very small org chart in here. And then the last page is the budget, which is pretty much the same as it's been, with the exception of my wish list for a receptionist. So, and Derek said I could put my wish list on there, so I did. So when I started in October of '22, we have a database called My Senior Center that tracks pretty much everything that we ask it to. There were 367 members in the database. As of this morning, we have 2,197, which is pretty much a 600% increase. And when you think about what it means to, or how you get into the database, the only way to get into the database is we must provide you at least one service. So those 1,830 people received a minimum of one service from the COA since October of 2022. So, and if you then look at the org chart, you'll see that's really an astounding number. From August to December of last year, we provided over 16,000 service units. So a service unit could be a variety of things. You could get a bus pass through our transportation program. You might borrow some medical equipment. We might help you with Medicare counseling or home services, or maybe you go on a bus trip. It could be anything. But still 16,000 is an astounding number. So far in 2024,
we're about 6 weeks in, we've provided 2,211 units of service with 2 staff members and a bunch of volunteers. We average between 40 and 65 phone calls a day, and we have about 20 to 50 walk-in people that want advice, they want to set up an appointment, whatever, buy tickets. And for the month of February, we have 120 programs going on. It's a short month, it has got a holiday in it, so that is the minimum number of programs we offer. We also administer a very heavily utilized program, it's a transportation program with GATRA, and we average 40 out-of-town medical transportation transports per month, and we issue about 60 bus passes. Since those are all managed under a grant, they have to be handled by staff because there's a lot of accounting. It's basically money, so that has to be done by either myself or the community outreach coordinator. And as my senior center tells us, we average about 90 members a day come into the center. So we are a hop in place. Derek asked me, or asked all of us, to think about not only what we do, but what we're not doing and what we could be doing if we, if we had our way, if we had our wish list. The biggest hole that we have at the COA right now is in our reception desk. It is so busy. It is so busy. We have lines frequently out the door. Now, you've been in our office, you know what the setup's like. It's hard. It's hard, and we have volunteers who are unable to use computers. They're great, and they want to do well, but they're limited. It's not like a staff person who can send me an email. Every phone call, they answer it, but they don't know what to do with it, so I get a message, and then I need to call them back. So it's really hard. So we're not, I take help where I can get it, but if I had my wish, that's what it would be. So I put that on our budget, which if you turn to the last page of the packet, that's our budget. You'll see that the only, except for the nominal increase in salaries, given that it's a new year, the only increase is that new addition, and I did ask for an additional $2,000 because the state MCOA, because we have so many seniors now, has upped our dues considerably based on that. And one thing I should have mentioned earlier is that Wareham has an disproportionately high number of seniors. We're averaging about 1/3 of the population, which is really high compared to other towns, which is about 25%. So at one time we were the best kept secret in town, but no more. Now they know, and they're coming. The baby boomer population, the elder tier, has reached the age where they need a lot of services. They don't have, in many cases, they don't have advocates. Either family members aren't close by, or they don't care, or they don't have any. So they're turning to us. So there's really, it's really a challenge to prioritize and juggle and serve, because we're just doing too many things. So that is about all.
What do you consider a senior? What age?
60 and up.
Okay, and of those 60 and up, where is the bulk of the seniors in Wareham? Would you guess their age, average age there?
Sure, it's a good question. And I have to say it's not really age related, because we have some folks that are 60s, low 60s, and they are really in need, we'll put it that way. They're really not either healthy or in very bad situations. And Wareham remarkably has a very active older population. We have people in their 80s that come in and do our exercises, our dance programs, and so it's kind of all over the map. But certainly the folks that are in their 80s and 90s are the ones that mostly need home care. They don't want to leave their homes, but they can't do it on their own anymore. So we work with Old Colony Elder Service to get them whatever it is they need: grocery shopping, food, medications, all of that stuff. So, but they're all time-intensive, you don't just call, it's not a 30-minute conversation, it's more like a couple hours and evaluations and things, so. Sorry, a long answer to a short question.
Gives me, it's not the age so much, but if you had to pick an average age of the seniors, not on, based on age, just on age, are we talking most bulk of are over 70, over 75, over 80?
Attending the COA?
Yeah.
I would say probably 70 to 75 is the average of who we see, on a regular basis. But obviously there's outliers on either end.
Now, do they get to the center by themselves, or they need transportation?
Most of them do,
Yeah.
yes. We do have, part of that bus pass program we talked about, or I mentioned, is dial ride, and some of them do take that, but most drive. Yeah.
I'm just gonna say, I'm really glad to see you have 3 full-time employees. When I got to Wareham, there wasn't any employees. And that's what kinda got me where I'm sitting here today. I don't know if Jerry was here when I came in front of the finance committee for that article, 19, 18? Do you remember that? For $100,000 for a senior council
That's
director?
it's in my past memory.
Well, that goes only last week. But yes, so it's very, it's good to see.
Yes, thank you.
It really is. I'm just, couldn't be happier.
Were you, have you been impacted by the recent cuts from the earmarks?
No, we did not get any earmarks
I
this year.
didn't think I didn't see us on the list, and I was wondering, how does that even work? That some towns got earmarks and we didn't?
Yes. So when I was lucky enough, when I first started in October, I had 2 earmarks from one for Senator Pacheco and one from Representative Gifford. And they actually have like an extra pot of money, and they decide where they want to share it. This current year, Representative Gifford gave the earmarks to Damien's, so she didn't give any to the COA. The state did cut all of the COA-related earmarks by 50%, but we weren't impacted. So
I guess that's
there's a
the good
good
news.
side. Yeah, I didn't pre-spend it, so that was good. But we were saved that, so that's good.
So Derek's gonna work on getting you a receptionist, huh?
That's my, it's no surprise to Derek. That's my next goal, so.
It's nice to have goals.
It does.
Well, you missed my
Don't
great
keep
speech.
moving the goalpost though.
Well, I think you've demonstrated a huge amount of need, and a huge change in the need, so I don't,
There's
That
been a
makes
lot
sense.
of great changes over there,
Yeah.
and
Thank you.
I constantly see stuff going on over there.
oh, yeah.
The buses coming in, not just the town buses, but the bus trips that you have going out of there. I'm constantly seeing everything over there.
We
It's
have
great.
2 a month now, which
Yeah.
is great.
That's really
Yeah.
great.
Yes, and our programs sell out often, so that's another good thing, so.
Yeah.
We found some good community partners too. The Elks have been awesome, and All American has helped us, so we're getting there.
Excellent. All right,
All right.
if there are no other questions, we'll let you go.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And next up is the Water Pollution Control Facility.
What time?
We're running fast, so I've been scrambling, making calls, and everybody's ready, so.
Thank you. Glad to hear
Walter
it.
on his way?
Yeah, Scott, we're hoping Walter should be here by, I figure you guys are gonna put Scott through the ringer, so it's
So,
like 2:15.
Ask a lot of dumb questions.
Well, it
We
is-
ain't got done ones for him.
You need one.
Jody, nobody's better at lobbing a softball than you to me to get out of the park, of what I gotta say.
I need another one, thank you.
We'll leave one here for Dom.
We have a couple of people missing.
So we have what you would call as passive solar heating. You can feel when the sun hits this side, the room just gets so much hotter.
Need one more. Mr. Camerano's pile.
I hope he comes back for it.
Almost an hour ahead.
Oh, that much ahead? All right, and if you would please just introduce yourself for the record, and then introduce yourself to this committee, most of whom have never met you.
I'm Scott Cray-Hansel. I'm the Water Pollution Control Facility Director. Just took the job in October, and I'm very happy to be here so far. So,
You didn't run away, so we're very
He's
happy.
No, I actually tried to get here early so I could watch what other people did, so now I have no idea what I'm about to do. But apparently we're gonna run down the budget lines and,
So it's good, you sort of give an intro of yourself, could you just sort of generically say, what does the sewer plant do? Because we might have some people watching that really don't know anything.
so the water pollution control facility takes in all the sewage from the sewer areas of town. There's 46 lift stations, a significant amount of gravity and pressure sewer lines. All are maintained by the staff at the water pollution control facility. And then you get to the facility where we take in that sewage and we basically make it drinkable water. No, I wouldn't drink it and don't do it, but it is disinfected.
We had a finance committee member that did.
Yeah, we did.
It is disinfected, it is meeting all water quality standards, but still wouldn't recommend it.
There's the thought of it.
He's not on the committee
He's not
anymore.
on the committee anymore. We had a member that actually drank it right from the,
He is
That sounds
still,
right after the UV filter.
he's
Yeah,
alive,
so-
he's alive and
Yeah.
he's what, 88 years old?
Apparently you could handle it.
Yeah,
Um,
probably.
So yeah, we have to take apart the influent water and separate it for the solids, rags, grit, everything else that comes in, that goes down your toilet, comes to the plant. And again, we're using bacteria to break it all down and again, make it drinkable and safe for the environment when it gets discharged, so we don't get algae blooms and everything else. So, I could go into much more detail, but then you'd be behind schedule.
That's right. All right, well, if you could just talk us through what you're thinking budget-wise.
So I did make a few changes, Derek, so I used last year's budget, and that's in the first column that has, that's been populated. The second column is the 4-year average for each of the items. And then there's my request, budget request line. So, regular payroll, you'll see I'm requesting $1,078,993, which is more than the 4-year average, much more than the 4-year average, and then slightly more than last year's requested payroll. We are actually staffing up at the plant. People are actually wanting to come and work there, so which is great. So we're getting some quality staff and developing staff as well. So it's really kind of exciting.
And to be clear, you have been understaffed,
Significantly.
understaffed. So a higher number is not because all of a sudden we're doing things differently, it's just that we need those places filled.
Correct. Right. This accounts for 19 staff, 3 office staff, and the rest would be within the collection system and at the facility. Overtime is overtime. That's what we need for additional work. Again, being understaffed, a lot of the staff is coming back on the weekends to work or on the days off to work. And we have a lot of things to do, a lot of repairs to make, a lot of cleanup to do. I think if you had gone to the plant on the day I started versus now, you'd see a significant difference of the way the staff is working. They care about what they do, and they're happy to do it. But there is overtime involved because, again, we're still understaffed. So when they want to come in, let them come in, but they do work. Longevity, there's only, I think, one person left that has that ability, and that is I had the 4-year average, so I factored in the fact we might have that. On-call wages, we do have on-call rotations. We have 1 plant foreman and 2 laborers that would be on call every week. There's fees that are associated with that to keep them on call, to make sure they pick up the phone when they do get called. Sick time speaks for itself. I don't know why it wasn't budgeted previously, but the 4-year average was what you see, 48,000, and I factored in 52 because we are staffing up, so I expect not that more people would be getting sick, but we have more people to get sick, so I expect they will use it. Vacation, same thing. I ramped it up a little bit because, again, we have more people, so more people will be taking vacation, but I based it on the 4-year average. Holiday pay is similar. There's same amount of holidays, but more people. I did not factor in for new employees, but they are accounted for in the regular salary. That we would have 19. Currently, we only have 14. Electricity costs obviously aren't going down, but I took the 4-year average and added a percentage just to bring it up a little bit. Propane, I based off the 4-year average. I took it down from what was requested in 2024 because we don't have any more locations or less locations that use propane versus natural gas. So the cost of propane, okay, it might go up a little bit, but we're not expected to use a lot more than we had previously, but I want to make sure we accounted for it. So that came down from the previous budget. Natural gas, I don't know why I went into IMA location, but the natural gas, again, I based on the 4-year average. The request in 2024 was 36,000. I requested 34,000, and the 4-year average was 30,350. So I just wanted to make sure we had a little bit of wiggle room, but just trying to use the average. I don't expect we're going to be using more or less, but the cost is obviously not going down. Just water, that's actually from the town. The town supplies us with water, and we do pay for it. So the 4-year average has been 48,731. Last year's request was 20,000, and this year I requested 50,000 because of the amount of cleaning we're doing. We likely will use more. Repair and maintenance of vehicles. Although the request in 2024 was 40,000, the 4-year average is 22,700. I did request 35,000 because we are also maintaining the vehicles a little bit better. So I think we will use that. Office equipment is your standard office equipment, printers and such, and then just pens, pencils, folders, whatever it might be, stationery. The average has been 6,620. The former request in 2024 was 9,020, and I'm requesting 8,000. Just general equipment at the plant. The previous request was 251,989. 4-year average was 239,485. I'm requesting 275 because we do need equipment and upgrades at the plant that I'd like to be able to get during the year rather than going to special town meeting or anything like that. So we will utilize the budget appropriately and get equipment that can help us long term. Outside contractors, this has been a big line item for a lot of years. They only requested in 2024 $299,451. The 4-year average is $681,987. I requested $650,000, and I can tell you at the time in October 13th, the last time we had a snapshot of how much we've used the outside contractors, we were already at $350,000 for the year in October. So I expect with our staff developing, we're going to be able to do more things in-house. So I hope that I can show that next year that number will go down. NIPT's testing, that's for our permit. We have to send out to third-party lab analytical monthly. That goes in our report, and last year was requested 25,000. Our 4-year average is 34,565. The cost has gone up 9%. I'm requesting 37,000 in analytical results. Tuition is for when we have to send people to training classes. So previously request was $10,000. Our 4-year average is $15,800. I'm requesting $16,000. I do want to be able to start call it wastewater university inside the plant. We have books that were previously purchased. We have sections and cutouts of chapters with test questions that we can go through at the plant. So I'm hoping to be able to start to train people at different times and get them prepped for getting their licenses. So hopefully in years to come, I can bring that down a little bit. It is still important though to send people to classes because you get perspective from other plants when they run into people. Telephone. Just standard telephone for the office. The running average has been 4,758. I'm requesting 6,000, and previously requested was 5,500. That's just the phone service also isn't, the cost is not going down, so I just don't want to underestimate. Printing and mailing, previous request was 10,650. 4-year average was 18,038, and I'm requesting 20,000 because the cost of mailing is not going down. Advertising, previously requested was 4,500. 4-year average is 773. I'm requesting 3,500 because I think as much as we are staffing up, we will continue to need to advertise for positions. I do believe that comes out of our budget when we advertise positions. Telemetry alarms, that's we have a SCADA system, and that we have a fee that goes along with that. The SCADA allows us to monitor the lift stations, the remote lift stations, 46 of them, non-stop. We can see levels. We can also monitor levels within the plant and how equipment is operating, and in some cases turn pumps on and off. The cost for that 4-year average is 26,362. The previous request for 2024 was 26,000. I'm requesting 28,000. Cellular service, we do have more people at the plant. They all have cell phones. The 4-year average has been 10,903. I'm requesting 12,000. Medical services, again, the previous request was 7,000. The 4-year average is 5,185. I'm requesting 7,000, consistent with the previous one, but with more people, I do expect that cost will come closer to 7,000.
Medical services, is that for like injuries on the job, or what is that?
I believe that's for we have drug testing when we get people, and also injuries on the job.
And I don't want to, as riveting as this is, Scott.
I'm not supposed to go. Am I not supposed to go line for line?
So, well,
You
no,
don't have to.
yeah, it's just sort of going through the, just thinking, is there major, changes from one year to another or anything like that? I think you've given them sort of your philosophy and how you looked at the budget and going through there. And we could do this to keep on buying time for the chief who's.
Or we could have a quick break before.
But
Yeah.
I can also say that the line items from last year don't match the line items from this year, so.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I think.
It's definitely a great change. I don't see anything.
I think if I can just sum up what I think you have been, these numbers show, is in some cases, the past budgeting has not been particularly helpful or accurate in keeping with what was actually spent, and you are looking at increased staff, therefore some increased costs. It's all reflected in here. You've thought it through. That's what I'm getting from what you're saying.
I attempted to, yes.
Okay.
I think the only question I have is on the electricity. That is a huge increase over what was asked last year versus what you're asking for this year. Do you know how much of that 591 has been used to date, or?
Sorry,
You went from 591,000, which was asked last year, to 855,000.
But the 4-year average was 840.
That's one of
Right.
the ones I went off the 4-year average and then added because again the cost isn't going down, and
Right.
we're actually putting equipment that's been offline back online.
Okay.
So there will be an increase. So, part of the budget increases are, it's easy to make budget when you don't do the work that was budgeted. So going forward, we're actively working on things and getting things operating. So with the plant fully staffed and actually fully operational to the equipment that's on site, we will use more electricity. I just don't wanna undercut it.
Okay.
So again,
Sounds like a good,
I focused on the 4-year average, knowing that obviously the most recent year is probably gonna be the highest one because the costs have gone up. And then,
so we'd see a
We'll talk.
difference next year, hopefully we'll see a difference next year on where you were.
next year, I'll have another line where it's the actual
Yeah.
for actual, my budget for
you'll adjust
2025,
for-
what I actually utilized. And then the 4-year average
Sounds good.
again.
Yeah, no, that,
We're
that
sort
makes
of going-
perfect sense.
We're changing head coaches. We're
Right.
going operational, so
New game
Belichick's
plan.
retired, you've got Mayo in. and you're just, you know,
Gotcha,
savage.
okay. And I guess my next question is this something that the sewer commission has approved or looked at yet?
Are they going to? I have not gone through it with Bernie, but only briefly, and only this morning, so.
Okay. I'm surprised he's not here
He actually.
to check our work.
He actually scheduled a sewer board meeting right now, so.
Okay.
Must use the next building.
Competing,
Oh, well.
competing.
I got a question on the staffing, because I kind of broke this down a little differently from past budgets. How many directors, well, obviously just one, 4 persons and administration people do you have?
Currently, we would have, obviously, the one director. We have
Right.
3 open positions, one open position for admin. We have the part-time admin, and then we have the senior admin filled. Then what we need is the department head, like an office manager, is what we have a advertisement out for
So
right now.
you, in the perfect world, you'd have 3.5, is that what I just,
2.5,
2.5?
yeah.
Plus how many foremen or 4 people do you?
I would like to have 4. So previously, the way the structure was, what you're looking at for the personnel structure is what is proposed, because the current structure has kind of a totem pole effect. It has a director, an assistant director, a maintenance lead tech, and then really a lab manager, and then a bunch of laborers. So there's no ability for a laborer to become anything more than a laborer. So now we've created skilled labor, where someone could have skills but maybe not the license, or different licenses other than a wastewater operator license, which is a very difficult test to pass, that they can glean value from what they've developed. It's not everyone can walk in,
Right.
pull a 300-pound pump with a crane, derag it, and put it back together and make it run again. So
Because
that's a skilled labor. And then we have foremen, because previously, the only people with licenses were the lab manager, the assistant director, and the director. So, let's say, for instance, the director and assistant director are going to a meeting somewhere together and they get hit by a car. Literally, the plant can't operate. So what I'm trying to do is build stability, coming from the private sector where we used to play the game, all right, Scott's been hit by a car, Tom, what are his projects, what are the deadlines, and what are his deliverables? So I'm trying to make sure that no matter what, there's stability within the town at the wastewater plant going forward.
Yeah, I'm just kind of, because I kind of broke this down 2 lines to keep it simple, because I got equipment operators, drivers, and laborers as one, and I'm trying to, I couldn't read this on my best
Sorry,
day.
yeah. I apologize. It was really a trick to make it low enough so you couldn't read it.
It worked. But,
So Jody, one of the things, we are in active negotiations with the unit on this. So that's why it's a proposed, so to create some of
I
these
don't have a
positions.
problem with that, I'm just trying to figure out what the number is he's proposing.
He's got a spreadsheet he wants to keep.
Yeah,
And the numbers, I'm looking at in the past, I'm saying, these just not working out so well.
Yeah.
so I think what would be helpful is if you did break it down, director,
Okay.
admin, yada, we can just sort of, instead of the org chart, maybe just shoot you a simple, just email with.
That's fine.
out for you.
Yeah.
Is that okay, Scott?
Yeah, I already have it made actually, so I think we can do that.
Yeah, just trying to keep track.
Other questions? So this budget really comes out of sewer rates.
Correct, so it's the enterprise fund. I think if you go through to page 3,
It's right, yeah.
Yeah, that shows, kind of breaks it down. We were talking about it, and we're trying to figure out the EDU with the moratoriums, you really haven't had much change, so you're kind of at the same revenue for that. We talked with the septage and grease as part of that not being up and running, but we do plan on that coming back in line, but Scott and I were talking about it with Mr. Foster, and we think 150 is a nice conservative thought on there. This is the updated, this is the Bourne IMA capital. That's from the intermunicipal agreement. They have to pay a portion of our capital, and that's some of the new projects. It was a fixed one for a long time from the plant upgrade, but this is representing their portion. The operating, that's still something that's been from an agreement from several years ago, so that increases by about 2.5%. Then you've got the betterments committed and the betterments reserved. This is the bettered projects already in town that are paying. And during that time, what happened is people have sold their house, have prepaid it, some people paid it up front. So those betterments were already prepaid, and they're in sort of that pool of funds that the enterprise fund already has. So you're not going to get that full amount of betterments and revenues because a lot of them have been prepaid. So you get that, and then you're drawing from the funds. And then that's really, that ticks and ties to what you'd see with the better debt and betterment debt principal and interest. So that brings your total reserves. We're completing the direct and indirect costs for the calculation. Again, we don't charge the a payment in lieu of taxes to the enterprise fund. We're charging back the costs for the insurances, health insurances, some of the other things, workers' comp, all those, plus the costs of what departments are doing on their behalf. Assessing with the betterments and the others, treasurer collection office, my office, you could do the town clerk because they're elected officials, we run their election. They're a part of town meeting, but we don't charge that back. You heard municipal maintenance, Scott works with municipal maintenance, we're not charging back on them. So there's a whole group there. I know that that's a sticky point for some folks, but it's also, this is the way it's broken down through for the DLS. And then, the sort of the budget you have for the rest of it, and that's where it ticks and ties. And the retained earnings just means that's your surplus or deficit on there. So, sorry, Scott, to sort of jump over that. But
That's fantastic.
He does this all the time.
So what he's saying is, I said sorry, but I didn't really mean it.
I checked, I got that.
That works.
I think it looks good.
Yeah, this is very helpful.
Yeah, it looks good.
I appreciate Scott with the, it's got a bit of a different philosophy. It's made sense to us. We've been trying to incentivize to get people to have these licenses. But speaking with Scott is, those licenses, you can have somebody that's supremely talented but will never test well. And, that license doesn't matter for them to do that work that you can have. You don't necessarily need it. And I think it's a very good philosophy, and given the environment we're in, trying to give people a track forward it's excellent.
I really like that.
Yeah.
That's good.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you. You're doing a great job
Yep,
Thank you.
thank you.
so far.
That's well, you guys.
Today.
Let me throw that in.
Yeah.
So far.
No,
Seriously. All great things.
Oh, sorry.
Mac Jones made the
Dom has a
Pro Bowl
question.
his rookie year, so.
My sophomore you'll be.
Just one.
Sorry I'm late, I didn't get to hear the whole thing. Just one question, it's budget related, but not really about this budget. How are we making out with still using the EDU rate?
I think it's working. We make the budget works for what we're going to use.
Going forward, is there any way, are they looking to changing it, or?
It's always up for discussion. That's come up in the sewer board meetings quite a few times. I will say.
It's pretty outdated, that's what I'm saying.
It is and it isn't. So where you have a seasonal type community, if you went by the actual use of water, you may lose. on some assets. So having an EDU keeps it at least relative and working. Now, down the road, when we get more users, it may make more sense to go by use.
Because the seasonal part of Wareham is not what it used to be.
Definitely not.
You know, it's not as seasonal as, 10 years ago or 5 years ago. It's more year-round. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, the response is, it's a policy decision.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I know. It's just,
Yeah, I'm
there's
gonna
only
note that
three,
one.
there's only 3 towns in all Massachusetts that still use it. It's pretty outdated. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Scott.
That's it.
Speaking of sewage,
Leave a quarter.
So we have the police department next. Please do come forward. We can use this time to pass out anything you have to share with us.
You can kick that up once you negotiate.
Norman, before we begin, I just want to say that I've been working with this group pretty good on their budget before the presentation.
From the south? From the south?
There is an issue, but we'll get to it later. We'll get to the issue later.
Thank you.
Something that wasn't included.
Okay, thank you. Extra page.
Okay.
Thank you for the copies, Cassandra.
I may have gotten that. I think I did get an extra
Leaving
copy.
that door open did add some fresh air to the room.
no.
Extra copy. That's extra. All right, if you all would please introduce yourselves for the record,
Good
and
afternoon.
then proceed.
My name is Walter Correa, Chief of Police, Wareham.
I'm Cassandra Cassidy, the Chief's Administrative Assistant.
I'm Lieutenant John Gerard, I'm the Executive Officer of the Police Department.
All right. What do you have to share with us today?
So, we submitted our budget to Derek. We had asked for $7,265,034, and he came back with a number of $7,123,433, which is a difference of about, on our salary side, we reduced our salaries by $141,000. We had in there for some new officers. Right now, we've got 2 officers that we're in the process of hiring, but we've lost some people, and we're trying to replace those. So I think we can hire 2 more under this current budget. And then Derek had mentioned that maybe if we need to, maybe at town meeting, we could go back and get some money if we need that at that time. I think that, we should be able to do it on these numbers. I hope so. And I think that's all I have to say.
So other than additional officers, are there any big changes from the last fiscal year?
Well, we did have they settled some contracts. I think we did the
Superior
sergeants,
Officers Union, the
the
Sergeants
Superior-
Union, and Communications Union.
Which we talked about at town meeting.
Correct.
October
Yeah.
20th.
Yeah,
So that's already taken into account here.
yes.
And then if you look in the expenses, we went through the FY '23 actuals, and started going through how they've been trending. Went through and
Yes,
made
yeah.
some adjustments on there. Some are staying the same, but you'll see some increases to like electricity. Yeah, so with what we'd seen on there, some of the, some of the other things, commuter maintenance, gasoline, just a little increase. That's been that's really, it's stabilized a little bit, but and surprisingly, the vehicles that they have now, although they're a little bigger, they're not that bad on the fuel considering what people,
Correct.
So. And the good things about those vehicles actually is the maintenance and the maintenance plan, for those have been so much better than the.
Yeah, so the other aspect is because of our fleet in the past, we've had 3 people assigned to a vehicle in some cases. So it's more wear and tear on the vehicle, which thus creating more of a maintenance cost for us. Because we've been able to add to the fleet, we're able to have it so there's only 2 people assigned to a vehicle, kind of lessening the wear and tear on the vehicles.
So if you go through, you see, you just see through, they do give an expense detail requested on what they actually utilize it for, so it's not, so they're not buying tiddlywinks and stuff like that, so.
What are special articles? I see that under total expenses, there's an add-on for something called special articles. Just above.
Okay, that's our capital item that we have for our cruiser, cruiser lease, yep.
Yeah.
How many cruisers do we have on that lease?
There are 7 cruisers on that
7
lease.
cruisers.
Is that a lease payment?
Yes,
Yes,
it
ma'am.
is.
Yes.
Right.
So that's part of the sort of the philosophy, you build some into the budget that you can pick up over a 3-year period, plus you're constantly purchasing some along the way. And I think is this the last year of this, or do we have one more?
We'll have one.
One more, then I'm expecting us to see an adjustment, an uptick on that too. You'll probably be about the 175 range or something like that.
And fortunately, unfortunately, if our cruiser is involved in an accident and it's totaled, because of our insurance, we have full replacement value on it. So the town, there might be a difference of having to come up with maybe $3,000 to $4,000 to replace that vehicle because of equipment won't be able to get carried over from one car to the other car.
Sure.
Maya did say during the flooding, we're not allowed to drive our older cruisers into there to try.
I can't take that chance. Right.
How many officers do we currently have out there?
We're at 42 because we just had 1 retire and 1 officer transferred out, so we're at 42 right now, top to bottom.
42, and we had 44 last year, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So we're down,
The
so
two
we
that
didn't get
just-
anybody
those
from the
two.
academy this year?
Yes, we did. So basically, we had a sergeant that retired in January, and we had an officer leave 2 weeks ago. So those are the 2.
Those are the,
Those are the two that came out, okay.
Yes.
Alan, your Irish whisper's coming out.
You're looking to pick up 2 to get us up to where we were last year, and then
Yeah.
another 2 to hopefully start moving us up.
correct.
How was the call volume from last year?
Call volume is consistent with
Yeah.
last several years.
So did it increase over the year, from the year prior to this year?
I think one of the things we're seeing is the call volume's steady,
Yeah.
but it's the type of call. In other
Yeah.
words, we're not, I think like me and the chief have discussed, it's not like the cops and robbers thing when we first came on. We are dealing with uptick in shoplifting or assault and batteries. There's a lot of social service calls
Yes.
that we're dealing with, so those are more time consuming.
Right.
So now it's, in some cases, we're putting things off and we're not able to, like run, for example, citizens calling us about radar complaints. We can have an officer get there, but if he's gotta go to a call, a mental health call, for example, and has to spend 20 minutes there, then that's less time they get to spend on doing that, running radar and stuff like that, being a visible presence, I guess.
Right.
And we're still pretty much reactionary as opposed to proactive's out the window right now because we just don't have enough
You just don't
bodies
have the bodies,
Yeah.
right.
to do that. And then match that with all the construction, the new locations in town, and we have the same amount of officers, or in this case, we're down a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I do think we're definitely a lot lower than we should.
Yeah, that brings you, and I'm glad you brought that up, because you heard me say with the previous speaker, I kind of tracked this for the last 4 years. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You can see it. It's steady.
It's steady.
Yeah.
I got 33, and I just took those off your sheet right here and just did that.
Yeah.
And we do have 2 big projects coming on. I'm only speaking for myself. I find that very concerning, coming from another town that put big projects in and saw what the call volume turned into. I was on the finance committee there. Do you see this being a much higher demand?
Absolutely, yes, absolutely.
I mean, I know Derek's not gonna wanna hear this, but we should at least see that other 2 that you're looking for in this budget, rather than, having to take it to a meeting later on, cause they need it. I mean, there's,
Taken to, so
I mean,
you
we're
will
already
not
down.
be able to fill those positions in next fiscal year going through the academy.
Right.
And that's what we're talking
Correct.
about. Yeah, it's just not gonna happen, so
Okay.
why would I
Then-
put the money in there, and that's not fair, I'm
that's a
just trying to
good, no,
explain the flaws.
that
a
makes
good
perfect sense as to your thought pattern and not adding it onto that. If we can't use them next year.
It's not that you're saying we don't need it, or that we
Right.
can't afford it, it's that
It's
we're not gonna
physically
get it,
impossible.
so why pretend we are?
In a tough situation like we're sort of in, it
Right.
doesn't make any sense for me to hold that in there while we can.
No, that saying it that way makes sense, not that we're.
It takes a long time to get them out in the street.
It does,
No.
it does.
Yes.
And, I mean, for good reason, people need to be properly trained, of course. But do you have any solutions in mind for the fact that so much of what you do is social services type calls? Because to me, that's not, it shouldn't be, ideally wouldn't be a police function primarily.
Well,
So-
across the country, that's what it's.
I know, I
turning
understand
into.
that, I get that. I'm curious as to whether you know of any sort of current better practices or other approaches.
What we've tried to do, and we've already brought in a clinician from High Point that was working with us last year. And then we lost that position, not because of us, because of High Point. But they're reintroducing, they've got a new grant. So they're gonna reintroduce having a person at our police station to help us out. And what we did with that person was the person only came in once a week. Right. What we did is we took all the calls that we had that had a mental health component, and she followed up on those, went out, did visits at homes, etc. If anything, I would like to enhance that, because it didn't cost us any money to bring this clinician in. So I'm trying to get another clinician from another agency to do the same thing, and I'm in talks with them to do that. I would want to bring on as many as we could to help.
One of the other aspects we have too is because we have a hospital in town that is kind of convenient depending on what the call necessarily is. Because if it's suicidal ideation, for example, it's something that we can get them to Toby,
Right.
and they can take it from there essentially.
And those are the better people to be dealing with that
In
kind of situation.
the past, the clinicians are very helpful for the people that have not at that level but need some kind of services, and that's what the chiefs provided. I've got the clinicians to provide.
When I lived in Knoxville, they had piloted a program, which I believe is going really strong now, with local social service agencies. It's a bigger city, obviously, more resources, but they had certain calls that a social worker went with the police on. And that, to me, would be, if there were any way to build that in.
And yes, and I agree with you, and we've talked about it.
Yeah.
In some communities around us, like Plymouth Vaughan, they do that, but these officers are assigned, there's
They've
two
gotta be
officers.
They've gotta be properly trained for.
Right now, we're just trying to keep officers in the sectors.
Understand.
That's our problem.
No, and I'm not trying to suggest that
Yeah.
anything you're doing is not the best you can do, but I think it is a real concern.
Yeah.
Would you say more of the calls for are at night?
Yeah,
I would say sure, yes.
pretty much. I would say not
Evening.
necessarily, but from noon
Yeah.
to midnight probably is when
Yeah.
you're seeing it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I do know, I wanna bring up one thing, this is more towards Derek, been working with the chief, and, I guess I'll let him explain a little bit more, but the company Central Square IMC, it's got to do with the data retention, and that contract, I guess, is running out or being updated, and, you know, there's a chance that we can lose a lot of data, and Chief was saying that it's, you know, gonna roughly run us around $150,000. So that's something that I think that, it isn't in this budget, but it appears to be real necessary. I'm gonna let the chief explain a little better. I'm not quite exactly sure how it works.
We've been, with this, the company that we initially started out for records management, dispatch and records management, was called IMC. At the time, this was March of 1999 when we started with it. And it was nice at that time because it was, the owners of the company were also the code writers. So it was easy. If we had a problem with the software, we could call and they would make updates. Well, since that time, probably in the last 15 years, the company got sold. And it's been sold so many times that the software that we're running still today was initially built on Visual Basic software. So if you don't know anything about computers, that's way back. The problem is the company's been sold several times, but each company that has bought the software has done nothing to IMC to change that or upgrade that. All they've done is maintain the people data sources so that you can run the software for the new clients that, that took over. So at this point, the company that owns it now is called Central Square, and they have their own software, cloud-based software that most of, that's across the country, there's a lot of the departments that use across the country. They now own IMC, so what we're up against is our 24 years of data that are in IMC, and we have to, there's a possibility that the end of life of IMC, the software itself, they're gonna stop supporting it.
It's kind of amazing if they are still supporting it after 24 years,
I guess we're lucky, yeah, I guess we're lucky.
I wouldn't count on that lasting.
Chief, the grant you just received from, that we just received, the tech grant that Matt was speaking about earlier for the upgrading the.
Oh, yes.
That's part of this? Or is that for the?
No, that would be part of this,
Right,
yes.
so,
Yeah.
there's
Working
a
on it.
portion that the grant's not covering, that's something you're talking about free cash wise. So.
All right, so is there, my intent here is to make sure that we don't lose this data and to make sure that, I don't know if we need to add that into the budget or work with you to get it paid through any other way? Is that something that we can assure them that they're gonna get?
No,
No?
but yes, if you missed the IT presentation, we've already talked about the grant and that there's a difference in the grant amount and what's in here.
So you believe that this will be taken care of through that?
Yeah, I think that,
The full
yeah,
amount, yeah.
so I'm just teasing on the no. The idea that we would just let the data go away and not worry about it, it's
No,
good,
it just seemed, they brought it up to me and it just, trying to work with them on it, it just seemed very important. And I
Yeah.
just
It
don't
is.
want this to slide under the rug, and I want it to be addressed properly going forward.
Something else I know we talked about last year with body cameras. Is that going anywhere, or? I know not everybody's, there's different opinions on it.
We've had several, the issue right now is with the unions, or at least the patrolmen's union. I wouldn't say it's pushback, but
Concern.
yeah. And so, and we haven't bridged that gap
So we
yet.
were approved for a pilot program to start with the sergeants, which we're getting ready to try to roll with. Once this policy gets squared away, rolling that out with the sergeants. The sergeants union has come to an agreement.
Yes.
They're involved in the process of getting the policy kind of where we want to be with it, with everybody, and have it open to say, hey, listen, this is the policy now, but it's going to be kind of a fluid document that, because of cameras are new to us, there might be things we might wanna tweak in this document over the next couple of months when we first roll them out. I think it might be one of those things where once the patrolmen's union sees how it works, it might take away some of the, yes, they'll have confidence in the program to kind of see how it's gone. I don't think, not to use the term guinea pigs, but I don't think they feel like they're gonna be the guinea pigs, and I don't think they wanna be that patrolmen's union, that is.
Yeah, I just think, and this is again my opinion, I think it protects everybody,
Absolutely.
Yes.
you know.
Should.
Yeah.
The amount of complaints that you get that are not substantiated, I think it protects our officers in the long run.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You know, and it's, you know, it's not, but it's not just, the concerns aren't fear of being caught on something, there's some legitimate privacy concerns and some other things
Exactly.
that, you know, need to be looked into, so.
Well, and people are always concerned that the whole picture won't be there, you know, it won't present an accurate picture of what they experienced necessarily, and that's a valid concern.
And
But in
this is-
theory, at least, it should protect them.
And it is a lot to take on. You have to maintain that data. You have
Yeah.
to keep it
Oh, yeah.
forever.
Yes.
And those are public records.
Right.
So if you forget to turn your camera off when you walk into a bathroom, you know, that's,
It's
you
bad
know.
enough to be on camera here.
Yeah, so I'm saying those are sort of, those have been,
Absolutely.
they're out there, but that's a legitimate something that's
sure.
happened, so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Nope, I don't.
All right,
No.
thank
That
you.
was easy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time and your work.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Then the finance committee on the second half of the day, powered through, got a little lunch in you and you shot right through everything, so.
We take our business seriously. So we are down to any other business, unanticipated items, and the select board has requested some kind of affirmation from us that we support the idea of going from 9 members to 7. If in fact we do, we did discuss this at our last meeting. And so I would entertain a motion to make that request to the select board, that they offer a bylaw amendment reducing the number of finance committee members from 9 to 7.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
We're gonna change the member count, what about the quorum count?
That goes with the member
That
count.
would bring the quorum count down to 4.
Okay.
Because the quorum count is not stated in
Just-
the bylaws, but yes.
Vocalizing.
That's, I appreciate that clarification.
I don't like it, but I understand why.
I-
You know, I certainly do.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? Abstaining? It passes 6-0-0.
Can we bring up the other thing they talked about the other night, when the town
The charter amendment?
administrator gets the budget to us?
That was also something the select board is planning to support with a deadline of February 28th instead of January 25th.
It's already been written.
Do we need to take a vote on that?
We do not need to weigh in on that, I don't think.
You will, and I'm sorry if it's okay for me to interrupt.
Yeah.
When the article comes
Article
before.
comes out,
Yeah,
I don't know,
we will.
For our support,
Yeah.
so,
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, when I heard it, the 28th or the 15th, either or was fine, you
Right.
know, I think something needs to be changed.
It will be the
57
same, again, if the information is not available to us, we cannot do what is required, but we're hoping that will make it possible.
My thought process, just when I was talking about towards the end of February, I wanted you to have the opportunity to hold this meeting in a time frame, then get the data from that, plus be able to put something out for the residents with your report. And I know that sometimes those, even though we know when they are each and every year, they come real quick and it can be a crunch. So I didn't want to push it out too far in my suggestions to where it would be severe stress on the finance committee. So.
Appreciate it. I've got on the calendar, I had our next meeting is the 21st. The warrant doesn't close until the 27th of February, so I've got us down for a meeting on February 28th, Wednesday, February 28th, as our sort of big kickoff of hearing warrant articles. And I believe the select board will at least come and present their information that day. And we will get together anything else that we can.
So Norma, is that our next meeting, or we're gonna meet on the 21st also?
We are not going to meet on the 21st. We're going to meet
on the 28th. Thank
yes,
you.
in this room. All right.
Can I just, listening to all that was said today, and this is just a statement by me, and I've said this before about the schools, I really have ill will towards the school and their budget. That, whatever increase they're asking for is on top of all that money I don't think should have been put in the budget in the first place. And I think, in listening to the chief with these new developments and the maintenance department, I mean, we got potholes in town, I mean, you could make arguments for all kinds of things in this town. I just personally, right now, I'm not voting for any school budget. I vote, well, it's a total budget, I get it, but I'm just not pleased one iota. And I saw the article in Wareham Weekly with the two different numbers, so I'm not really sure where that stands, but I think we need to take a good look at this. I mean, this town has a lot of needs, and I know the kids are important. I'm not disputing education, but I also know public safety is important, just as the maintenance department is, so. I find it a little concerning, I'll say it that way.
And I mimic what you just said.
So now that the school department has finalized their budget, they voted on their budget, can we get them in front of us?
Yeah,
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can. We can ask. And we will have, we will be voting on everything, including the final budget.
Right.
This
It's one budget.
obviously, yes. So we will have a chance to discuss this
So-
again.
So let's get them back in front of us in a manner where we have a quorum and we can
And it's
have
properly
an
posted
actor
to talk about.
engaged
Yes.
conversation with them.
Okay,
yeah, because at the end of the day, it's gonna be town meeting's decision. I mean,
That's right.
I get that, I mean, we can come up with anything we want, well, I'm speaking for myself again, I'd have to make the argument why I didn't vote for this, or voted for it, that's what we do.
well, at the
Yep.
moment, it's still a little bit theoretical, so we probably need to wait until we have the hard numbers presented to us.
Which is why, if they voted on this is what their budget's going to be, let's get them in front of us now, because
Yeah.
unless they vote to change it, this is what they're saying their budget is right now. This is what
That's
they
right.
voted their budget is, so.
I think right now the proposed budget, outside of what they've requested, is, what we have in there is a little over 1,009,000. That would be the increase, not their overall budget.
Right.
The-
But that's,
I wish.
that's what, so Derek will have his number. They've voted their request, but Derek will have his number, which is what we will.
But Derek, based on the past, they're flexible. In other words, as we go down the road, there's changes made.
I think that the day the state aid came out, state aid and assessments, I think that, because if you remember, there'd been hope from them beforehand that the governor's budget would bridge the gap of the loss of the ESSER funds, and,
And that's not what happened.
and
And they did vote on their budget before those numbers came out.
correct, yeah.
Because they had to, because they're also bound by deadlines. So I'm hopeful that they will look at that and reconsider and see what we see. So,
There's a lot of towns in their position.
I understand. So with that, I would entertain a motion to.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? It passes 6-0, and we are done for today. Thank you for all of your focus.